Are we recording?
Secretary will call the roll.
Yeah, correct.
Chairperson Barney,
Yes,
Vice Chairperson Llewellyn.
Yes.
and we'll turn it over to the judge.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with a continuation of the hearing. I believe where we left off, Ms. Sonia Jenkins Gray was on the witness stand, still being examined, so if the witness would please step up and take her seat on the witness stand. Ms. Jenkins Gray's attorney filed some additional motions last, sometime, I believe, yesterday.
Yes.
And we have looked at those. Now, the first one on the list was to reconsider the motions that we ruled on last time, correct, Mr. Norwood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we have reconsidered those. The commission has discussed those, and the commissioners have denied the motion to reconsider. So we're not going to deal with that. Now, the rest of the motions, as far as I could tell, and the commissioners could tell, would not need to be ruled on while Ms. Jenkins Gray is testifying. Is there anything that would be in one of your motions that you think is pertinent to her testimony?
Good morning. Yes, I would
What
say
would-
in the sense that
Which motions?
the motions to disqualify an alternative motion to call each commissioner as a witness in our case.
All right. Well, since we've already started the hearing, that's untimely. So we're not going to...
I'm sorry?
Since we have already started the hearing last week, a motion to disqualify or in the alternative to call them as witnesses,
Yes.
you just filed that, right?
Well, can I provide some context?
Well, as far as calling them as witnesses, I suppose we could deal with that at the point in time where you intended to call them as a witness, all right? But that would not impact Ms. Jenkins Gray's testimony. Her testimony.
Well, she's going to testify about some of that, is the plan. Because she was there. She was a witness, as were the commissioners.
All right. Well, I think the appropriate time to bring that up would be at the point in time where that would come up during her testimony.
Okay, and on the first ruling, might I be heard, since apparently you all have considered it, in our view, improperly, without a properly called meeting, but might I take 2 minutes to be heard on the motion that the notice said we would be heard on at this public hearing?
Now, you're talking about a notice of this hearing or a notice of the previous hearing?
Both notices,
All right.
provided unequivocally that the motions that parties, any party that filed a motion, those motions would be heard and decided at the hearing, meaning the public hearing, which didn't happen on the 7th and is not happening today. And what I can't fathom is why. Why would you let us and the public know that we were going to have motions heard, which, as the court knows, as Your Honor knows, is the hallmark of due process? Notice, number one, opportunity to be heard, number two. We have a problem with the notice, and assuming the notice was proper, when the notice says we're going to be heard and considered at the public hearing, but it's decided at, I don't know how you all decided. Maybe if you can clarify to me how you all decided that, when, as far as I know, there was no notice of a closed meeting provided by this commission, which is expressly required by the Sunshine Law, which is reflected in the motion that we filed. We're just seeking fairness here. I don't understand why it's so hard to be fair to my client.
Well, we're doing our best.
I understand, but I mean, from the standpoint of the procedure, you all decided in advance of this hearing, despite the notice saying that the motions will be heard and considered at the hearing, which I think this is the hearing, and I'm just trying to
No, when you say
understand.
this, are you talking about last week or this week?
I'm talking about last week and this week,
Well-
because both notices say all motions of the parties will be heard and considered at the hearing. We are at the hearing. Motions are not being heard at the hearing. And I'm just trying to get some clarification.
Okay. Well, the commissioners considered them and ruled as I announced at the beginning of the last hearing, and as I just announced with regard to your first motion here. So with that, I think you can resume your cross-examination, or your examination. Yeah, it is your cross-examination of witness Jenkins Gray, because she was called by the appointing authority, so it was their direct examination. So you may proceed with your cross-examination.
There were 4 motions filed, and I just want clarity for this record, that we filed yesterday. One of them was a motion to again disqualify the commissioners, and we attached exhibits to that. And if I'm understanding the ruling, that was a non-public ruling in this discussion, that motion's been denied. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Then there was a motion to reconsider all motions based upon the assurances provided in the notices that we would be heard and these motions would be considered at the public hearing. That's been denied. Is that correct?
The motion to reconsider, yes.
And then there was a motion to permit recross examination of witnesses or to recall appointing authority witnesses.
Okay, that will take up at whatever time. It's timely, because that, I think, presupposes that one of those witnesses has already finished testifying, and then we're at a point where you want to recall them, right?
Well, no. Actually, what I'm trying to, because under the rules that were adopted at the last hearing, the evidentiary processes that were adopted on January 7th, the way it reads, it says there would be direct, there would be cross, and then there would be redirect. And we would like to perform recross of this witness once they do their redirect.
All right, and as I say, that would be appropriate for us to hear at the point in time where you finished your cross, and Mr. Harris, if he does a redirect, has done his redirect, and then at that point, you would be heard on your motion to recross.
Well, part of the challenge, Your Honor, is the fact that if, in fact, I'm going to be foreclosed, I would like to cover all of my ground in the one window I have.
Then I'd do it.
Fair enough.
I'd cover all the grounds in the first window, right?
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay,
I like to follow the rules when I know what they are.
there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, before we begin with the testimony, may I be heard on the record? We filed a motion as well, a motion to enforce the hearing process, the hearing rules, basically, that were adopted. And I just want to...
And I don't have a copy of it. You say you did file it?
Yes, we filed
Okay,
it.
I didn't get it. I don't know if, or Mr. Fawn indicates he did. So go ahead.
Right,
You
so-
got one.
So we,
And Mr. Barney got one also.
all right, so the commissioners have one. I believe opposing counsel has a copy of the motion as well. And it essentially, calls for the commission to enforce the evidentiary hearing rules process that were adopted on the 7th, in relation to basically maintaining control of the proceeding. We believe that, as demonstrated by what occurred on Monday the 7th, that the commission is empowered and should enforce the rules as they're written down. And those rules allow for the commission to set time limitations on the presentation of evidence, including direct examination, cross-examination, redirect, etc. We think that given what occurred at the hearing on the 7th, in which it was an all-day affair, a roughly 8-hour affair, we didn't even get through one witness. And I think that that part of the reason for that, as I lay out in the motion, is that, you know, counsel for Director Gray, you know, engaged in, you know, making superfluous comments, unresponsive, irrelevant, immaterial comments, and it seemed to me that the whole point was to unnecessarily prolong the proceeding, which again, we had a whole day hearing, excluding an hour of lunch, and we didn't even get through one witness. Most of the morning was taken up arguing and re-arguing motions and matters that the commission ruled upon, and nevertheless, counsel for Director Gray continued to press those points that were already ruled upon. And so we felt it necessary to file this motion seeking the commission to impose some rules, or to impose and enforce rules. And we suggest in the motion that there be certain time limitations put on the amount of time for direct, cross-examination of witnesses, and redirect, and any other reasonable controls and limitations that the commission would enforce.
All right, well, Mr. Harris, I appreciate your gentle critique of the hearing officer's ability to run the hearing last week. But
And I'm sorry, and it was not meant as a critique. It's
well, I
just-
understand. Just, but most of your motion addresses just asking that the rules be enforced generally, and the rules include city charter provisions, applicable civil service rule provisions, the commission's rules itself that the commissioners have adopted, Missouri Revised Statutes, Chapter 536 on administrative proceedings, normal courtroom proceedings, although this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Certainly we try to follow, although we're not required to follow precisely rules of evidence, as I understand administrative hearing law. We do try to follow it as just a general way of keeping order and decorum, and also so the parties have a good idea of what's going to be admissible and what isn't, what the commissioners are going to be considering and what is not being admitted for their consideration, just so both parties have an idea, in fairness to both parties, to know what's being considered. So the only part that I think you address asking for specific time limits, 45 minutes on direct, 30 on cross, 20 on redirect, and 20 on closing argument. Well, this witness has already started, and we didn't have a time limit on your direct. So we'll take up your question about time limits after this witness is done. All right?
Thank you.
And so,
Might
Mr.
I-
Norwood, you'll be heard on that, but we're not, basically, there's no ruling here other than we're going to try to follow the rules in fairness to both parties, as hopefully we have been doing.
Right, but while it's ruminating, can I respond to some of his comments? Since he got to argue a motion that he filed, but we were precluded from doing so, can I at least
You want us to
heard?
hear what you, so we can ruminate on what you say as well? Well,
Yes.
briefly, Mr. Norwood.
Briefly. Let me start off by apologizing to the panel. And I think the problem was I didn't have my Tai Chi that particular day. So I had good Tai Chi this morning.
Good.
And my Chi is good.
Good.
And I'm hoping that we will flow seamlessly through the process, number one. Number two,
Go ahead.
the notion that we have, and actually I wrote down when I was doing my Tai Chi, three terms: zealous advocacy, truth seekers, rush to judgment. Zealous advocacy. As the court, as Your Honor knows, I have an ethical obligation to Director Sonia Jenkins Gray to zealously represent her to the best of my ability. His view is that maybe I was a little bit overzealous, perhaps guilty as charged. But the point I would like to make is there is no rush to judgment on this one. There should be a rush to judgment. This is her life. This is her livelihood. As we stand right now, the city is benefiting from her leadership. We've heard testimony on that. We're talking about $170.30. So there's no need to rush. Because at the end of the day, you and us, we're truth seekers. We have the public weighing in on trying to find the truth. And all I'm trying to do is to allow a process so that truth can be forthcoming to each of you all, so that you all can decide, win, lose, or draw, what this case is all about. That's my only objective. That's her objective. And that's what we're trying to achieve. And so with that, that's all I would say. The other thing I would say is this, that it's more than just her. It's 4,500 civil servants that will be impacted by what you do. And with that, I can start with the examination, if the court will, if the tribunal will permit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, she's already been sworn.
Yes, the witness is already under oath from the previous hearing. So the witness just reminded, you're still under oath. You may proceed.
And if I may present her with the exhibit binder.
Certainly.
Thank you.
That's, is this the deposition? And then this is your binder of exhibits right there. It's a binder of exhibits. You may proceed. Right.
Good morning, Director. How are you doing today?
Good morning.
Okay. I'm going to cover some points that were made by council seems like a month ago, but last Tuesday, I believe. And Mr. Harrison is questioning, suggested that somehow this promotion or reclassification of Dr. Byrd had something to do with the request you made to him to drive you to Jeff City. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
First of all, did you order Dr. Byrd to take you to Jeff City?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is Dr. Byrd the kind of guy you can order around?
No, he is not.
Could you explain to the commission why not?
Yes, Dr. Byrd and I often will be in opposition of one another. He serves as my chief of staff, chief administrative officer, and there are times that Dr. Byrd will tell me that I should not do something or maybe do it a different way. So he's not one that acquiesces to what I ask him to do.
Okay. And did that manifest itself recently in the form of trying to get some subpoenas issued?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And I made a request for some subpoenas to issue, and he was the designee, and
Yes.
he didn't issue the subpoenas,
No, he did not.
right? Despite the fact that you, as his boss, wanted him to issue those subpoenas.
That's correct.
And despite the fact that you could have issued them yourself, since that authority rests with you,
That is correct.
and you didn't do it.
I did not do it.
Now, do you believe that Dr. Byrd would have taken you to Jeff City if he believed that it had been a violation of any policies of the city?
No, I do not believe that.
Do you think he would have accommodated such a request if he knew that that request was a violation of any particular policy of the city's?
No, he would not have.
Okay. Now, do you recall a commission meeting that took place November 21st, 2024?
Yes.
And was that the meeting whereby the then chair, Commissioner Dean Daibo, resigned from the commission?
Yes.
Tell us, first of all, how did you become aware of that resignation?
Via an email.
And elaborate.
Yes, I received an email that morning somewhere maybe between 8:30-ish, where then Chair Daibo expressed that he was resigning from the Civil Service Commission effective immediately.
Okay. Before we get to that, let's turn to, if we could, in our exhibit binder, exhibits, let's start with Exhibit 10. What is Exhibit 10?
Exhibit 10. Exhibit 10 is my analysis and documentation for supporting the reallocation and job title changes for 6 employees of the Department of Personnel.
And just for the record, it's clear, this is Respondents Exhibit 10, right?
Yes.
All right. And that letter was a letter from you to the Department of Personnel, and it says classification and compensation. What is classification and compensation within the Department of Personnel?
Classification and compensation is the section which governs the compensation ordinance, all job changes, the classification of positions, determining whether or not, determining the classification that positions actually fit into.
Okay, I'd like to move for the admission of Respondents Exhibit 10.
I mean, I'll just object to the relevance. I don't think it's relevant to the issues before the.
How is this relevant?
Well, in examining her, he suggested that because of this trip to Jeff City, that in exchange for that service, that he was promoted.
I didn't suggest that.
I believe you did, but what this,
I'm not suggesting it.
well, and some of the documents that he's produced in the last 2 weeks suggest that, but this is relevant to the issue that they've raised regarding when, at what point did this promotion process start with respect to Dr. Byrd, and what this letter shows is that as early as May 1, 2024, not only was Dr. Byrd, if the tribunal could look at page 2, suggests that there was action with respect to reclassification of Dr. Byrd, but there were also reclassification requests for several other employees.
Now, just to be clear, in our exhibits, Exhibit 10, the first page is a letter dated May 1st, 2024, and it's addressed to the Department of Personnel.
Yes, that's the.
And then it goes on at the bottom of that page. There's no signature, so it does not appear to be the end of the letter.
The second page is where the
the-
signature appears, Your Honor.
Well, there's no signature that appears.
Well, I can,
But what you're saying is where it says Sonia Gray at the bottom, that implies that that's the end of the letter and that we're not missing anything. This is the entire document. Is that what you're saying?
and I can
Yes.
verify that with the drafter of the
All
letter.
right, so just so that's clear, we have everything that was included in this letter that the director is referring
Yes,
to.
sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and.
Apologize for my confusion.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. So does this letter
All
show?
right, and so I'm going to overrule the objection about relevance based on what your explanation was. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it, and I don't want to belabor and read the whole letter into the record that's been admitted, but does this reflect the fact that you were pushing to get Dr. Byrd and other people reclassified?
Yes.
Why? In May, why?
Because it had been identified that these individuals were working outside of their classifications. And it is against rules to have employees working outside of their classifications because then they are not being compensated appropriately for the work that they're doing.
But you included other people other
Yes.
than Dr. Byrd, and why did you include them?
Because their positions also uncovered that they had been also working outside of the classifications that they were currently in.
So essentially, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So based on this reclassification, they would get paid more wages?
They would be graded, the positions would be graded properly.
Okay.
And then based off of the positions being graded properly, then their compensation would be adjusted accordingly.
Okay. And why are you doing it? Why are you trying to pay your employees more money?
I'm trying to compensate them for the work that they're actually doing. One of the things that I uncovered when I did come to work for the Department of Personnel is that within the Department of Personnel, there were several employees that were working outside of their classifications. So over the 2-year period, these individuals are not the only ones that have been reallocated.
Okay, could you turn to Respondents Exhibit 11?
Yes.
And it looks like there's a transmittal at the top dated August 19, 2024. At the bottom, what is that? There's an email, it appears to be an email dated Thursday, June 20, 2024 at 8:42 p.m.
Right.
And why are you sending emails out at 8:42 p.m. outside of hours?
As I testified before, I pretty much work 24/7.
Okay.
So it wasn't unusual for me to work at 8, 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, and what is this? First of all, who sent the email?
I sent the email.
And who did you send it to?
I sent it to John Understall, who's the Deputy Director in Classification and Compensation, is one of his sections that he oversees.
And why did you send this email on June 20, 2024 to Mr. Understall? Understall.
Right, I sent this email to John because the reallocations had not taken place yet. And so, as I always do with my deputy directors and with my chief of staff, whenever I'm making significant decisions or making decisions, I reach out to them for guidance as I was still learning the nuances of municipal government and how it operates.
Okay, and this is part of your protocol. I believe you testified to that if you, being new to city government, if you didn't understand something, you would rely on other folks. Is that
Yes.
a fair statement? And in fact, in this email, you say, and he's a subordinate of yours, is that correct?
That's correct.
You say, what are your thoughts concerning the allegation to the, in this Roman 2, right, level 2?
Executive assistant too.
Okay.
The typo.
And so you're asking him his thoughts, even though it's ultimately your decision, is that right?
That's correct.
And why are you asking his thoughts?
Because he is the expert in the classification and compensation area of the charter and the civil service rules and administrative regulations with regards to how things should be done.
Okay, thank you. And let's go to exhibit. No, I think that's fine, okay. So, now let's go back then to this meeting on November 21st, commission meeting, November 21st, 2024. What happened that morning in advance of the meeting?
In advance of the meeting,
Yes.
before we went into open session,
Yes.
former Chair Daibo, as I mentioned, submitted an email that he was resigning his position to the commission effective immediately.
Okay. And that was in advance of the meeting that took place on November 21st, 2024?
Yes,
And the meeting was a public meeting, I believe, at least it started off.
yes,
Is that right?
that's correct.
All right. And at that public portion of the meeting, which started at what, about 10 o'clock?
Yes,
All right. And when the public meeting started was, and strike that. Mr. Daibo was the chair of the commission, is that right?
yes,
All right. And when that public meeting started, he had resigned effective immediately is what you
yes,
understood and testified to, right?
yes.
Was Mr. Daibo present, Commissioner Daibo, ex-Commissioner Daibo present during the public portion of the meeting?
No, he was not.
All right. And then, did you ultimately go into closed session?
Yes.
All right. And what happened in closed session with respect to the former commissioner?
The former chair of the commission joined the closed session.
And were you surprised by that?
Yes,
Why?
because he had resigned effective immediately.
Okay. And usually in closed sessions, if you're not on the commission, or if you're not part of that small circle within your personnel group,
Right.
they would not be allowed in that meeting.
Correct.
Because of what?
Because they're not a part of the commission.
In those closed
In
sessions,
those closed, yes,
do you discuss confidential?
confidential information concerning employment actions. Yes.
Okay. And when he, did he appear via Zoom?
Yes.
All right. When he appeared via Zoom, what happened in terms of, who was running the meeting after he appeared via Zoom?
I believe that Chair Barney was running the meeting.
Okay. And when he appeared, what role did ex-Commissioner Chair Daibo play at that meeting?
When former Chair Daibo joined the meeting, he pretty much took control and began to facilitate and lead the meeting.
Even though he had resigned earlier
Yes.
in the day?
Yes.
Okay. And in your view, was that proper?
No, it was not proper.
Why not?
Because he was no longer a member of the commission. He had resigned.
All right. Were other members of your staff at that meeting?
Yes.
Who else was present at that meeting?
Dr. Anthony Byrd was present. I believe Ms. Harris was present. And I believe I can't remember if Deputy Director Donaldson was a part of that meeting or not. She may have been a part, but I can't confirm that. I don't remember right now.
Okay. Do you know if during parts of that closed session, there were discussions pertaining to the charges pending against you?
Yes.
Okay. And were you there during those discussions about charges pending against you?
I recused myself before they began having the discussion specifically about me. The portion of the closed session that I was a part of was when it was voted upon if several claims that had been submitted to the commission would be handled based off of the procedures that had been established prior as to how they investigate the Director of Personnel.
And when you say you recused yourself,
Yes.
did you sign off for the meeting?
Yes, I did.
Because of the fact that you understood they were going to be talking about you.
Yes.
And was the former chair, Commissioner Daibo, there when you signed off?
He was there when I signed off.
Okay. Now, do you recall a meeting, December 5, 2024, commission meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that meeting.
The meeting was called to order.
Well, let's put it in context. Who was, commissioner-wise, who was at that meeting?
Your Honor,
Commissioner,
I just want to object to this line of questioning. It's as irrelevant what happened at commission meetings after, the conduct, which is an issue of July 3rd, 2024. What's going on at these meetings does not sound like it's relevant to what the commission needs to consider.
What's the relevance?
It is highly relevant to the question of whether or not this commission should be disqualified or certain commissioners should be disqualified, whether or not these commissioners could be fair and impartial in judging my client with respect to her job and her livelihood. It's highly relevant to that, and therefore we believe we should have that testimony admitted to show you all and the public what transpired at that meeting.
All right.
That issue is
The
already-
objection on relevance is sustained.
Okay, I'd like to make an offer of proof, if I might.
No, I'll tell you what, as far as an offer of proof, put that aside, make a note that you want to do that. We can let you put something on the record at a later time, perhaps at the time we take a break for lunch. You could do it then. I don't know, how long do you think your offer of proof would take?
Well, it all depends, because this is a
Well,
public
give me
hearing.
to the nearest 10 minutes.
Well, I could probably do it in less than 10 minutes.
Okay, great. So we'll just do it when we break for lunch.
But because this is a public hearing,
Yeah?
I think the public needs to hear that offer of proof, right?
No.
No?
An offer of proof is an evidentiary matter, and until something gets admitted into evidence, at that point, the public has a right to hear it. But rulings are, by the tribunal, are not something that the public has any right to the deliberations of the tribunal, which includes hearing matters which, if we are persuaded by your offer of proof that it is indeed relevant, then the public would hear it because you'd be allowed to introduce it. But if we ruled it was irrelevant, it would not be admitted, and you'd have your record for appeal. So
Well-
the public doesn't get a right to hear everything of the minutia of the management of the hearing, all right? So,
Well, Your
no,
Honor,
offer of proof will take up when we break for lunch.
if I might, we
Might
made
do what?
offers of proof on this record before this public gathering. You recall, right?
Just because we did it once doesn't mean we have to do it the same way every time.
No, I'm just trying to understand the rules going forward with respect to offers of proof.
Well, there is no cut and dried rule as to an offer of proof, all right?
Well, how
It's
can,
not in the commission rules, it's not in the civil service rules, it's not in the city charter, it's not in the rules of evidence, okay? There's no cut and dried, this is the only way to do an offer of proof. Or even, in fact, this is the way to do it, okay?
Well,
That is just something that comes within the purview of how you conduct a hearing, or if you're a lawyer, how you present your evidence and motions in a hearing. So,
but the charter does say,
public hearing, I know. We all know
Right.
the charter gives the director,
Right.
Ms. Sonia Jenkins Gray, the right to a public hearing. That doesn't mean a public hearing of all the minutia. Okay, it means a public hearing of any witnesses against her and any witnesses that she has in her defense of the admissible evidence that is heard by the tribunal, that is then the record on which the commissioners make their decision. That is what the public has a right to hear, and you know, if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Norwood, just like a lot of things, if you are unsuccessful in representing Ms. Gray here and the commission were to rule against her, you, of course, can take it up with the circuit court.
I recognize that.
Everything we do here, whether it's in your favor or in Mr. Harris's favor, not personally, but in terms of the arguments you make, legal objections and so forth, is subject to that type of review. If we make a mistake, we're human. I'm human.
Well,
I
and-
expect I
and-
might make a mistake here. Haven't made one in a long time, but I expect it's possible. So
Well,
let's just go
I am
ahead and
trying
proceed.
to prevent the tribunal from making this.
I understand. But
And let
But
me-
if you think what I said was a mistake, then you've been unsuccessful at persuading us.
Well,
Now,
I
let's
haven't
not
persuaded
waste
yet.
any more time,
I'm not wasting time.
because
Your
all you're
Honor.
doing is laying a foundation for Mr. Harris to say, see, Judge, you should have ruled a little more firmly on his motion to enforce the rules. You may proceed with your examination of your witness. If you don't ask a question of your witness, I'll assume that means you're done with your examination.
Well,
And we'll
sir,
go back to redirect,
With all due respect, Your Honor, I
which is,
believe
I appreciate.
I have a right to argue a position on this record.
Okay.
That's all I want to do.
That's not a question of your witness. Are you done with your cross-examination of
I am
Mr.
not
Harris? You ready to
done.
get back up for redirect?
I am not done, Your Honor.
Well,
But
then
can I
ask
make one
a
point?
question
Can I
of-
make one point?
No, you can ask a
I
question
cannot
of the witness,
Argue?
or you can sit down.
I
You got two
cannot
choices.
try to convince the tribunal
You
that
had-
they're making a grievous error.
You already did try, and you
But
were
I'm not finished
unsuccessful.
trying. I mean, I get one shot. I mean, you know,
You
can I
get-
have a second shot?
No, you don't get a second shot.
Okay, fair
Okay?
enough. Fair enough.
Ask a question.
Okay, so as a result of that meeting, whatever that occurred, did you lose a valuable job opportunity?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
I was in the final stage of a job interview and was going to fly out. And I was the final candidate, and it was just a meet and greet. Let's, see who you are, and confirm all of that. It had been communicated to me that that was the purpose of that trip. And the day before I was supposed to fly out, they contacted me and said that, because it's a media organization, they Google everybody. And so they Googled me again. And an article that had been published as a result of information that had been placed in the media about me in this proceeding that had not been received notice and nobody knew about it was on the net. And so therefore they chose not to continue me in the process.
Because of what transpired in that meeting that we can't talk about on the record today.
Yes.
And how much was that job paying you?
$300,000.
Okay. So that job opportunity went away because the media reported exactly what transpired at that hearing that we, for whatever reason, cannot talk about publicly today,
Correct.
even though it was discussed publicly at that meeting.
Let me object, because even this part is irrelevant.
Sustained.
The Civil Service Commission, what is the purpose of the Civil Service Commission?
The purpose of the Civil Service Commission is to serve as an independent body to govern overall personnel actions within the city of St. Louis. I think the key thing there is independent body, free from influence from the mayor's office or any office within the system. They are the protectors of the civil service system.
Let me direct your attention to Exhibit 2 in our binder, which for the record is the annual report 2023-2024, City of St. Louis, Department of Personnel, which has been admitted into evidence. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 2. And could you read into the record? Well, let me read it quickly. It says, under Article Roman 18 of the city charter, the Civil Service Commission serves as the independent guardian of the city's merit system.
Yes.
Did I read that accurately?
Yes, you did.
And you wrote that based on what?
I wrote that based off of the charter, Article 18.
And that article places in this commission that guardianship to protect the merit system of the city of St. Louis personnel, right?
Yes.
And reading further, it says the commission's fundamental responsibility, is to ensure fair, efficient, and effective personnel administration while maintaining equity for both employees and taxpayers of the city.
Mr. Harris,
Objection, relevance.
sustained.
Your Honor, this is in evidence.
Sustained.
On what ground?
As a matter of fact, the document is in evidence.
Yes.
The commissioners, of course, I believe, have the ability to read it for themselves. If you want to point to a particular provision and you want to point that out, that's fine. But it's not necessary to read verbatim portions of a document. It's already, you're correct, in evidence. Now, if you want to ask her about a portion of it, yes, but it has to be relevant.
It is relevant, if I might respond to the relevancy
Go ahead.
position. Thank you, Your Honor.
How is it relevant?
It is highly relevant to the question of what this commission is responsible to do as it relates to attempts to subvert and attack this merit-based system established by charter.
All right, that's a matter of argument. That's not evidence.
Well,
it's
but-
irrelevant as a matter of evidence.
But, Your
Proceed
Honor,
with your direct
Your Honor,
cross-examination of
If
your
I might
witness.
state that this hearing is a public hearing, and it's a
I
public hearing
think
for
you've
a
stated
reason.
that already.
Yes,
Mr.
and the
Norwood,
public has
several
a right
times already
to
this
hear
morning. Mr.
evidence
Norwood,
on our case.
you don't have a right to needlessly delay this hearing by continuing to repeat over and over again things that you've already said.
I haven't
Everybody here has heard you say these things before.
I-
We don't need to hear you repeat them.
I have not read from this page, and I would ask the tribunal to recognize the fact that I have not read from this page. I have not pointed out the fact that the civil servants serve, the Civil Service Commission serves as guardians, and I should have a right to make my record because the charter says we have a right to present a defense. I shouldn't be muzzled with respect to how I zealously represent her and present the record for the commission and present the record for the public. And I've tried cases before you. I don't understand. I'm clueless.
Well, I don't know what happened to you since the last time you appeared in front of me, because you didn't appear clueless back then. But if you're clueless today, I don't know why. But here's the short answer here is I have sustained the objection,
Fair enough.
so you need to move on.
I will move on, Your Honor. A lot of things have changed.
That's for sure.
What is a service rating?
Service rating, in normal terms, is a performance review. In civil service, we call it a service rating. It's assessment of an employee's performance.
And who provides, and this relates to city personnel,
To civil service.
civil service
Yes.
personnel?
However, the patronage offices, the mayor's office, where there are positions that are appointed, they have a performance management process as well, but it's different than the one that's in civil service.
Okay, explain to us the difference. We got a patronage system and a civil service system. Could you explain what
Sure.
the difference between those two are?
The primary difference between the two is that a patronage system pretty much operates like a corporate office, a corporate organization. They don't have a lot of the protections and the civil service rules that the civil service system has.
Okay. And who is responsible for providing the service ratings for employees at the city?
Right. Their appointing authority is responsible for providing the service rating.
And who would be responsible for providing your service rating?
The mayor.
Okay, and you've been on the team for 2 years and how many months?
2 years, 3 months.
Okay. And since that time, have you ever received a service rating from the mayor?
No,
You know why?
no.
But you understand, and you've seen the mayor publicly praise the work that you've done as the director of personnel for the city of St. Louis. Is that right?
Yes,
Repeatedly praised you.
yes.
Now, do you believe that
Just for the record and for clarity, I've witnessed her praising me, but it also stopped at a period of time as well, where it was not as prevalent or as open.
when did it stop?
It stopped after the Charter Commission had assembled, and I came out publicly where I did not agree with the mayor with regards to how she was moving with wanting to change the director of personnel position
Tell
from
us-
civil service to being one that is appointed and served at her pleasure.
Tell us about that.
In January of 2024, the Charter Commission organized to have groups, and personnel fell in with Group 3. They requested that the mayor come forward, and they also requested that the Director of Personnel come forth to provide recommended changes. The mayor, she went forth first and made her presentation. And in her presentation, one of the recommendations that she made was that she wanted the Director of Personnel position, as well as the police chief and also the fire chief positions, to be realigned, to no longer be a part of the civil service system, but to become appointed to serve at the pleasure of the mayor.
More of a patronage arrangement?
Yes, more of a patronage system, pretty much employment at will. You don't have to go through any type of process to take disciplinary actions.
And these, it was, I believe, just so the record's clear, this Charter Commission, what is that?
The Charter Commission was created by ordinance through the Board of Aldermen to look at updating and making recommended changes to the charter, because there are some changes that do need to be made.
Okay. And these meetings, was it a series of sessions
Oh, yes.
in January?
The Charter Commission actually began in 2023, but by the time we got to January, that's when appointing authorities were coming forward to make their recommendations.
Okay, so the mayor's recommendation was that she believed that this independent position for the Director of Personnel and that department should be folded into the mayor's umbrella
Yes.
and essentially make it a patronage situation?
Yes.
All right, and then did you have discussions with the mayor about that before she made her public presentation?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't know. I would have thought something that important that the Director of Personnel and the mayor would have been able to collaborate and hopefully have a unified front.
Did you know that that was the position she was going to take at that Charter Commission meeting?
No, I did not.
Were you surprised?
Yes,
Why?
because we had not had a conversation about it.
All right. And then did you appear before the Charter Commission after that?
Yes, I did.
And tell us about that meeting and what views you expressed at that meeting regarding the independence of the Department of Personnel and the Director of Personnel.
Well, before I did my presentation to the commission, I did reach out to try to meet with the mayor prior to, because I knew that my opinion was going to be different than hers. But we were unable to meet prior to the meeting. I was told by Sarah Baker and Casey that they would be able to set up a meeting, but it did take place after I made my presentation. In my presentation to the Charter Commission, I communicated that I believed that the Director of Personnel position needed to maintain its independence, that would be free from political influence, and that it was the glue between, maintaining, the civil service system along with the Civil Service Commission. And I did communicate that to the commission.
Okay, now, do you believe that the actions that have been taken against you by the mayor to remove you from office are genuine merit-based reasons?
No, I do not.
Why not?
I do not believe that because there has not been an employee in the history of the city of St. Louis that has ever been terminated for violating the vehicle use policy.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term progressive discipline?
Yes, I am.
What is progressive discipline?
Progressive discipline is when when behavior or performance of an employee takes place, and instead of rushing to termination, that there is a progressive way to try to correct the behavior or correct the performance.
Okay. Has the mayor or her staff sought to apply progressive discipline as it relates to your specific situation?
No, they did not.
Do you know why?
No, I do not.
Do you believe that the actions taken by the mayor to remove you are based on retaliatory political reasons?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because up until the charter commission occurred, my relationship with the mayor was pretty good. Was good. After that, there was a distance that did come between the two of us that was noticeable for me, you know, based off of what it had been before.
Tell us about that, when you say noticeable difference.
Well, one particular situation that just comes to mind is that I was in room 200, and I was in the open area.
And room 200, just for the audience, that's
Is
the mayor's suite?
office,
Okay,
yes, suite.
continue.
And I was there, and several other city employees that were members of her cabinet or her staff were in this area. Was in this area as well. The mayor walked out of her office, and she greeted pretty much everyone that was there except for me, and she embraced them. And just being the person that I am, I walked over to her and said, "Mayor, you have to give me my hug too." And so I embraced her, and she embraced me back. But under other circumstances, we typically would embrace and greet each other and things like that. So I did begin to see a distance, you know, at cabinet meetings where she typically would engage in conversation. There was no more conversation. Those types of things.
And this is before the trip to Jeff City.
Yes, that was before the trip to Jeff City.
Now, you talked earlier about political interference. Is it your understanding that the city councilor, Sheena Hamilton, had a role in that political interference?
Yes.
What role?
The city councilor's role in the political interference has been more around the execution of directives from the mayor's office.
What do you mean by that?
A situation occurred where there needed to be a situation occurred where the mayor's office wanted a particular individual to not be placed on the reemployment list in which they had applied for. It is my understanding that the city councilor engaged with trying to identify a vacant position where that individual could be placed on a reemployment list for that. That entire authority falls within the Director of Personnel and the Department of Personnel. And so the city councilor nor the mayor's office should have been involved in any way in trying to identify positions for people on the reemployment list.
Is that something that reflected in the charter with respect to the official charter duties of the city councilor?
No, that is not a duty of the city council.
Now, you also talked about complaints you made to various people, the mayor's staff, and to the mayor's staff about a hostile work environment.
That is correct.
All right. And you had discussions with Sheena Hamilton about that?
Yes, I have.
And did anything become of that?
No, it did not.
Did you have that discussion with others?
Yes.
Who?
I had a discussion with my deputy director,
Who's that?
John Understall.
Okay, tell us about that.
John,
Let me object to the hearsay, the relevance.
She had a discussion with this individual, and she's going to talk about that discussion.
Going to talk about what this individual said to her.
All right, well, you're anticipating hearsay. That she hasn't actually said anything that would be hearsay.
But it calls for hearsay.
I don't think the specific question was just what did you talk about? I think that's just asking for the subject matter. So I don't believe that would be hearsay. If that's your objection, it's overruled.
I'm also objecting to the relevance of conversations with whoever this person was over complaints against the director.
I don't know if that was the area that you were going to go into, complaint.
That's already been testified to earlier. She's
Well,
elaborating on that.
All right, but you had mentioned, she had, in her response just now, her answer to you was something about talking with Ms. Hamilton and others about a hostile work environment,
Yes.
and then she mentioned talking with Understall, and that's what led to the
Yes.
objection.
Yeah, and I understand it.
Now,
Mr.
as I understand it, hostile work environment issue is different from the other issue, right?
It's different, yes.
Okay, so are you going to ask her now about the hostile work environment anymore?
I'm just trying to, because I assume they're gonna come back with evidence to say they didn't know about it, or whatever the case may be. I think Mr. Understall will be testifying, so we'll have an opportunity to ask him about that. I'm just asking whether or not, in addition to the mayor's staff, in addition to Sheena Hamilton, she also discussed it with her deputy, one of her top deputies. And
She
I'll move on.
discussed what
This
specific,
hostile work environment.
that her complaint, or a complaint against her.
Regarding a hostile work environment.
Which one is Ms. Jenkins Gray? I'm going to let your attorney ask you the
Okay.
question to try to
I'll
make it
rephrase.
clear.
Let me withdraw the question, and I'll ask it this way. You've testified already about the fact that you felt you were subject to a hostile work environment, right?
Yes,
And as protocol, you complained about that to the mayor's staff, right?
yes,
You went to the top lawyer for the city and complained about that, correct?
Yes.
And you also talked with, in this case, Mr. Understall about that, right?
yes,
Okay, so people knew you had concerns about the environment that you were working in.
yes.
Okay. And now there have been other complaints made against you by some members of your staff, right?
Yes.
And I think you identified one staff member who wrote the glowing testimonial who had filed a complaint against you, correct?
Yes.
And how were those complaints handled by the commission?
The commission voted to handle complaints that came in against the director of personnel by a process of requesting evidence from both parties. And then based off of that evidence, the commission would make a determination of malfeasance, misfeasance, or nonfeasance. And depending on their determination after they've investigated and reviewed the information and made a decision of malfeasance or misfeasance or nonfeasance, then a decision would be made whether or not to go to public hearing.
And what happened in terms of the disposition of that particular complaint?
I submitted, the city councilor assigned.
I want to object to this as well. It's not relevant to the matter before this commission. The witness is testifying about some prior complaints and how they were handled, but they do not relate to the allegations in this proceeding.
All right, just to make it clear, first of all, Mr. Norwood, you want to ask a question that would clear up whether or not these complaints that Ms. Jenkins Gray has referred to that were made against her, that were discussed by the commissioners, that she submitted evidence on to the commissioners, did they have anything to do with the complaints or charges against Ms. Jenkins Gray in this hearing? The mayor's letter to her, in which the mayor stated through her delegee what the accusations were.
What it relates to is the process and procedures. And what she's discussing is the fact that when there were complaints that didn't involve the mayor's office, there was one process used, and once the mayor's office got involved, we got a totally different process. One of those complaints involved an allegation of malfeasance, which was disposed of by the commission, and so we are basically offering evidence on that change in process. Because part of her allegation is that there is some influence being asserted on commissioners. And we have evidence of that. We have evidence of phone calls between the mayor's office and the former chair, and that's what we're addressing.
An argument about process? Again, I know I sound repetitive, but I mean, it's just the fact. An argument about the process, we've been down that road before. The commission has already ruled on issues about process. And an argument about process is not related to or not relevant to the charge that is against the director that is being reviewed and considered by this commission.
All right, well,
It
right
directly-
now, we don't have a question. I don't think it's pending, do we?
Yes.
I think Mr. Norwood asked his question, Ms. Gray answered it, right? So, if you want to make an objection, why don't you wait until the next question is asked, and we'll see.
So she was in the middle of answering the question.
I'm sorry,
when I objected.
when you objected?
Yeah.
Is that correct, Ms. Jenkins Gray? Were you still had something more to say on that answer? You don't remember what the question was, do you?
Well, let me withdraw the question.
Don't feel bad, I don't either.
Well,
Okay? So,
and my apologies.
and you're gonna withdraw the question.
I need more Tai Chi during the break.
All right.
Let's go back to the question. The processes that were used, particularly related to an allegation of malfeasance, were different than the processes involved in this case. That's my question.
Yes, that
And
is
in that
correct.
case, the mayor's office wasn't involved, is that right?
That's correct.
And
So
in
my
this,
objection is the same.
Sustained. All right? The fact that whether or not the mayor's office was or was not involved at some prior point in time when someone made a complaint against Director Jenkins Gray and it was resolved is irrelevant to the proceedings here, which are to consider whether or not the charges against Director Jenkins Gray are true or not. And
Okay.
if they are true, then do they merit dismissal or not? Those are the two things the commission has
All right.
before it.
that's fine, understood. Do you believe that this process initiated by the mayor constitutes political interference?
Yes.
Why?
Same objection.
Overruled. This is a different question in my opinion. All right? Go ahead, Mr. Jenkins Gray.
Could you please repeat the question?
Go ahead.
Do you believe that this process, this assembly that was triggered by the mayor and her staff, in your view, does that constitute political interference?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I believe it constitutes political interference because in this particular situation, it is governed by an ordinance and also a city policy that puts the jurisdiction for this investigation of this sort underneath the comptroller's office and the internal audit section within her department. And it clearly states that anything that would fall into this category, regardless of position, regardless of title, regardless of being an elected official, that the comptroller has jurisdiction. It's written in an ordinance, and it is also written in city policy.
Anything else that would suggest to you that by initiating this process, the mayor and her staff have engaged in political interference?
Yes, as well, because of the situation that I mentioned earlier with the Charter Commission. In addition to that, I had been notified by two high-ranking cabinet members that it was believed within the mayor that I was trying to sabotage her, the exact words were used, sabotage her reelection by not filling positions within the streets department.
Object to the hearsay.
It's not
It's
here.
hearsay.
Ms. Jenkins Gray, you don't make a ruling as to whether it's hearsay or not. However, you're correct, it's not. Overruled. Go ahead, finish your answer.
I'm sorry, Judge.
No, it's all right. No, it's not being offered for the truth of it, as I understand it.
Yes,
Thank
it is
you.
It's being offered to show what your opinion is as to why this is political
Political
interference.
interference, yes.
All right? So
It's-
By often for the truth of it, I mean that it doesn't particularly, at this point, make a difference whether the statement itself is true or not. It's just, here, the answer is your belief as to why it's true.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I stated that quite clearly, but I think the
been a
witness
long-
understood me, so that's good enough.
It's been a long morning, Your Honor. Let me hand you what's been marked as Respondent Exhibit 39. And if I may, honorable commissioners, and this would go into our binder, assuming it comes in as Exhibit 39.
39, okay, we don't have that. In other words, you have a copy for us?
Yes, and if I may,
Yep.
let me just make sure it's not stapled.
Oh, this is with the tab.
Yes, and that's a copy for you and a copy for you. Thank you.
This goes with it?
That's just the update.
Just updates, I see. It's just updates of it.
Now, when you're talking about a certain policy, fraud policy, is this the policy you were referring to?
Yes,
And you also, are you familiar with an ordinance dealing with whistleblower
yes,
matters?
yes,
And does this policy tie into that?
yes,
And based on all of that, it's your testimony that you believe that the normal processes would be for this to be handled by the comptroller's office.
definitely.
And you testified that the comptroller manages the city park, garage where the cars are maintained.
Yes,
Okay. Now, did there come a time when certain individuals advised you that the mayor believed that you were trying to sabotage her reelection bid?
yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, the first incident,
I want to object because I believe this does call for hearsay.
No, this relates to the question of her intent and her statement regarding retaliation by the mayor.
All right, the objection's overruled, but state your question just to make sure, first of all, for the witness.
Did there come a time when certain individuals advised you that the mayor believed you were trying to sabotage her reelection bid?
yes.
And tell us about that.
The first instance occurred with, it's okay to mention the person's name?
Yes.
Okay. The first instance occurred with the city councilor. And we were having a conversation. And she said, hey, I need to go ahead and make you aware, let you know that the mayor believes that you're trying to sabotage her because you're not filling positions in the streets department. It seems like you're slowing them down, and I'm just giving you heads up so you can jump on top of it and go and try and fix it. And my response was, I'm not trying to do that. We've been working very hard to get positions filled in the streets department.
Okay. And did anyone else mention that
Yes.
sabotage issue to you?
Yes.
Who?
The other person that mentioned it to me was Director of Operations Nancy Cross. In my conversation with her, she did not use the word sabotage, but she's like, yeah, you know, we think that the Department of Personnel, you're just not filling the streets positions in the streets department, you're slowing it down. And I'm like, no, we're not doing that. I said, that's not what we're doing. I can, provide the numbers to you and show you that, we're doing the best that we can to get the positions filled. As a result of those conversations, what I did was schedule a meeting right away with the Director of Streets and all of her commissioners.
Who is that? Who's the director?
That is Bethany Williams.
Okay, continue.
And I scheduled a meeting right away with she and her team and my team to try to identify where the bottlenecks were, what we could do to get positions filled more expeditiously so that we could meet the expectations of the mayor and dispel that thought that existed with the Department of Personnel intentionally not filling positions.
Were you trying to sabotage your reelection campaign?
Absolutely not.
why were positions not being filled? What was going on?
Well, there are a number of factors with regards to why the positions weren't being filled. One of the reasons is that although the Department of Personnel may have positions or have candidates on a list, if the department cannot accommodate filling at one time the number of vacancies that they have, the Department of Personnel has no control over that. And sometimes training becomes an issue with trying to train so many at one time because equipment may not be available. Also, within this time frame, the Department of Personnel had just gone to a new applicant tracking system that the city and my department was learning all at the same time. And that was a factor as well with the transition of the new systems.
Okay. Did there come a time when you had a discussion with Commissioner Flewellen?
Yes.
Tell us, regarding your relationship with the mayor,
Yes.
tell us about that.
Commissioner Flewellen was a new commissioner and had not received a lot of onboarding or training. And so he and I scheduled a Zoom call in which, in that conversation, he asked how was my relationship with the mayor. And I said pretty much overall good, with the exception of the situation that happened with the Charter Commission. And I shared that situation with him. And in that conversation expressed that, I believe that, that may have had some impact on our relationship, but I did not go into any details around what I believe that to be.
Why didn't you go into details?
I wanted it to be appropriate, the conversation to be appropriate. I believe that telling him that I felt that that the situation created a rift between the two of us sort of like set the tone, with that. And then also in that conversation I shared with him my feelings around the work environment for me in the personnel department. And some of the situations that I had faced since I had been there and even before I started, with regards to the blocking, of my appointment.
Okay. And now, one of the issues relates to whether or not you were provided with a copy of the vehicle use policy, and I believe your testimony is that you were not provided with a copy of that policy.
No, I was not.
Have you read all of the city policies?
No, I have not.
Why not?
It is very difficult to find all of the city policies in one place. It does not exist. If you don't know the specific name of a policy, then it's hard to find.
Well, if an individual has been charged with a policy violation, how do you go about trying to figure out, from a personnel standpoint, whether or not there is a policy and whether or not it applies to a particular situation? How do you go about doing that from your standpoint as the director of personnel?
If it is something that I'm not aware of, then I reach out to the city councilor's office to see if they have any knowledge of the policy, or if it's a specific department, then I reach out to that appointing authority to see if there's a policy, for that department. It's very difficult to find policies in the city of St. Louis.
And how did you go about finding the vehicle use policy?
The way that I found the vehicle use policy, once I found out that I had violated it, because I really did not know I had violated it. I didn't know it existed. And so I reached out to the comptroller's office. I reached out to Judy Armstrong to ask her, is there a vehicle use policy? And she said yes. And I said, well, where can I find it? And she said, you just go to the city's website. But she took it upon herself to go ahead and email it to me and send it to me.
Okay. Does anyone from the mayor's office manage the city garage?
No.
That's all under the rubric of the comptroller.
Yes.
At the time you asked Dr. Byrd if he was willing to drive you to Jeff City, had you seen a copy of that vehicle use policy?
No.
Did you receive any onboarding of any sort from the city whereby the vehicle use policy was discussed?
No,
Are you aware of anyone who's ever been disciplined for violating the vehicle use policy?
no,
In the time you've been there, you haven't seen it come through personnel at all.
no,
What about termination? Are
No.
you aware of anybody being terminated for violation of the vehicle use policy?
no,
Now, since you've obtained a copy of the vehicle use policy, and let's take a look at that. I believe it is the appointing authorities exhibit 12.
okay,
And if you could take a look at that. And I'm going to direct your attention to page 9 of 21. Section 3.4.1. Do you see that?
yes.
And what is that?
Mileage reimbursement criteria.
Okay. And it says that employees required to drive occasionally on official business that are not assigned a city vehicle or whose assigned vehicle is non-operational and who do not have access to a pool or crew vehicle shall be paid a per mileage reimbursement to offset the expenses of operating their personal vehicle. Do you see that?
Yes,
Over your 2.5 years or 2 years and a few months of being director of personnel, did you use your vehicle for city business?
yes,
Was that a regular occurrence?
yes,
Did you ever seek reimbursement for that mileage?
no.
Why not?
I didn't know I could.
Because you weren't aware of the policy?
No.
So you didn't know about the prohibitions expressed in some of the nuances?
Right.
And I believe you're saying, well, had you known, Lee, you have submitted a request for reimbursement?
Yes,
Did you have a chance to go back and try to calculate how much in reimbursement you could have submitted if you had known about this provision of the policy that you weren't aware of?
once I became aware of this, yes, I did. I keep my calendar pretty solid for meetings throughout the city and in the evenings when I go to ward meetings and different things like that. And so I went back and did a calculation of what it would have been if I would have submitted for reimbursement.
And what was that? It was a rough calculation?
Yes, it was rough, based
Okay.
off of based off of 2 years.
And what did you come up with, calculation-wise?
I came up with $1,359.
That you could have sought reimbursement for
Yes,
for business use of your personal vehicle,
yes,
if you had known that there was a provision somewhere in the city system that permitted that reimbursement. Is that right?
that's correct.
Now, I want to go back to the trip with Dr. Byrd, and just so that the record's clear, this was July the 3rd,
Yes,
the day before the 4th of July holiday.
yes.
What day of the week was that?
Wednesday,
Okay, and the 4th would have been on Thursday?
yes.
Would the city have been open on that Friday?
Typically, we would have been, but Mayor Jones gave us a day off for that day,
The Friday
The Friday.
after the 4th.
the Friday after the 4th.
And was July the 3rd a short day?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, and how short of a day? I mean, did people get to go home early?
Typically around 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock? Okay. And when did you started working that day, I believe you said at, what, 7?
About 7, yes.
And Anthony, Dr. Byrd picked you up, according to his phone log or text log, 10:51.
Yes,
So up to that point, you were working.
yes,
And then I think you talked about all along the way, you were working with Anthony on various matters,
all along the way, yes,
including, did he have his own staffing issues that you and he discussed?
yes.
Generally speaking, what was the nature of those staffing issues that you and he discussed during that trip?
He brought to my attention that he had not yet been reallocated, and he was concerned about that because he was supervising individuals that were making significantly more money than he was. And when was I going to make his situation right? Pretty much was the conversation about that.
Okay, all right. And you also mentioned the fact that there was a situation where Dr. Byrd was recording another employee. Recall that? Brought up by Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And that situation, I believe you said that you went to the city councilor,
Yes.
right? And what did Sheena Hamilton do in response?
She shared with me that the recording could not be used because it was an illegal recording.
And did she explain why?
Yes, she did.
Why?
Because the recording was made, one of the parties was not a part of the conversation. And so therefore, that's what made it illegal.
And was that different than the situation that he brought up regarding you recording a discussion you had with Anthony?
Yes, it is different.
Because you were a party to that.
Yes.
And your understanding based upon what you got from the city council, that would not be illegal.
That is not illegal under Missouri law.
All right. Now, you took an FMLA leave
Yes.
late summer, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And did anyone from the mayor's office reach out to you to check on you to see how you were doing while you were on that leave?
No, they did
Objection,
not.
that is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Okay. And you talked about, well, let's turn to our binder, Exhibit 27.
Excuse me, Judge Sweeney.
I'm sorry? Restroom break, okay, we'll take a break here. Just, let's hope, no longer than 5 minutes.
Okay.
Hopefully anybody needs to use the restroom can use it and be back.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
It's now about 11:35. We're going to resume the hearing. So everybody take your seats. We're going to resume. All right, Mr. Norwood, your witness is ready. You may resume with your additional questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I get to, I think I had you on.
Oh, and let me just ask this before you start. It's 11:45. How long can?
10 minutes.
So you think you'll be able,
Yes.
and then we'll probably, whenever you're done, stop for lunch?
Yes.
Okay, so just, that'll be the plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay, before we get to Exhibit 27 in the binder. Does she have 37?
You say 37?
I don't think you have that one.
Are you talking about your exhibits,
Yes,
right?
Respondents, Exhibit 37.
No.
37, okay.
37. 37. 37.
Those are the ones, the commissioners have them.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you can put all of these in your binder for future
Okay.
reference.
Okay.
And I'm going to direct or hand you Respondents Exhibit 37. What is Respondents Exhibit 37?
It's an email exchange between myself and John Understall.
And this, does this relate to the allocation, promotion, reclassification as it relates to Dr. Byrd?
Yes.
And these emails are in June 20, 2024, June 21st. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's some attachments, classification, specifications, right?
Yes.
And this all relates to what you talked about earlier.
Yes.
I'd like to move for the admission of Respondents Exhibit 37.
No objection? Objection.
I mean, I object to the votes.
Well, we've already had admitted a string of emails between her and Mr. Understall regarding this issue of discussions well in advance of the trip to Jeff City as it relates to Dr. Byrd. and
All
his
right,
promotion.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your
Exhibit 37 be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 27, sorry to jump around. If you could go to our binder, Respondents Exhibit 27. Exhibit 27, what is, well, first of all, Exhibit 27 for our record is a set of documents produced by the appointing authority, Bates stamp AA00089 through AA00095. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again, I'm lost a little bit.
You look at the bottom right, there's a little Bates number,
AA, oh, yeah, I see it.
89 through 95, correct?
Yes.
When's the first time you saw the complete packet of these documents?
The day of the hearing last week.
Okay. Now, the first page of the Exhibit 27, AA 89, page 89, what is that document?
That is a letter that I prepared for the comptroller, letting her know that I had violated the vehicle use policy. When I became aware of that, and also that I would be, based off of my understanding, that reimbursement would be appropriate, and the vehicle, the vehicle mileage rate that I used in calculating what I believed I owed.
And did you have a discussion with the comptroller about that?
Yes, I did.
And I believe you touched on that, but the process that you followed, was it your understanding that that was the process you should follow in order to reimburse the city for that trip?
Yes,
All right, and the letter is dated August 20, 2024, correct?
yes,
And the subject says self-disclosure and reimbursement for vehicle use. You see that?
yes,
And then you address it to the comptroller, Honorable Darlene Green, and you're self-disclosing what transpired in the letter, correct?
yes,
Now, are there some dates off in that letter?
yes it is.
Tell us about that.
It's a typo in the second paragraph where it says I became aware of this policy on Thursday, August the 8th. August the 8th, that's a typo. It was not August.
What date should it have been?
August 15th.
August 15th, okay.
Yes.
And you, later in that same paragraph, you say you requested a copy of the vehicle use policy on Monday, August 15, 2024, to ensure that I am fully compliant with city regulations moving forward, right?
Yes.
And moving forward, have you violated this policy to your
No,
knowledge?
no.
Okay. And let me just read the last paragraph, it's short. I appreciate your understanding, and I assure you that I will adhere strictly to city policies to prevent such incidents in the future. Thank you for your attention to this matter. That's how you ended the letter, correct?
Yes.
And turn to the next page, AA00090. What is that?
That is a copy of the cashier's check in which I made restitution.
And you were identified as the remitter, correct?
Yes,
City of St. Louis is the payee, correct?
yes,
It's dated 8/20/2024.
yes.
Is that right?
Yes,
It's from UMB Bank,
yes,
correct?
yes,
And it's for $170.30,
yes,
dated 8/20/2024, correct?
yes.
Now let's turn to the next page. Do you know what that page is? It says check register log. Are you familiar with that page?
No, I'm not.
Okay. But it reflects a payment,
Yes.
some internal payment of $170.30, is that right?
Yes,
Let's go to the next page. And that says a receipt dated 8/22/24 from, well, money received from you, $170.30 for reimbursement, correct?
Yes.
Then let's go to the next page. AA 00093, the prior one was 92. Have you seen that page before?
No.
And that page references self-disclosure, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know if that's from the comptroller's office?
It looks like it would be look like journal entries,
Okay.
something that would come out of the comptroller's office, yes.
And then the last page, AA 00095, appears to be that log of the vehicle as entered by Dr. Byrd, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions of the witness at this time. I anticipate making the request to recross after Mr. Harris gets done. Thank you all.
All right. Well, it's 8 minutes. I have 2:12. Do you want to ask any questions? First of all, do you want to ask any redirect?
Yes, I do have redirect, Your Honor.
All right. You want to ask a few questions, and we'll try to break right at noon? And I think I noted the time, but I got 7 minutes to, right now, so 7 minutes to 12. We'll try to break, not in the middle of a question, but, or certainly not in the middle of an answer, but as close to the end of an answer to one of your questions as we can at noon.
Okay. Good morning again, Doctor.
Good morning, Attorney
Director Gray.
Harris.
I just want to go back. When you testified on cross-examination, you were shown your resume, is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the items on your resume is that you were formerly employed by CARE STL,
Yes.
and you were fired from that position, is that right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and was that for a similar violation to what we're here for today?
No, it was not.
Okay, what were you fired for?
Irreconcilable differences between me and the CEO.
Okay. And then reference was made to Respondents Exhibit 2, which is the annual report.
Yes.
And when was that report completed? Refresh my recollection.
No, it's not recollection, it was just completed.
Oh, okay.
Within the last, it was actually started in August, June, July timeframe was when we started it. While I was out on medical leave, it was supposed to have been completed or work done on it, and when I returned, the work that had been on it had not been completed, and so that's when we went forth, and it was timely because we were coming up on the end of the year, and
All
so
right.
we would have had data.
So that report was done well after the pre-termination letter and notice that you received.
Well, let me object on mischaracterizing the testimony.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Was it,
The report was completed after the violation? Is that what your question was, or did I misunderstand?
after you received the pre-termination notice?
Okay,
Yes.
which was in August of 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right.
And you haven't done any other similar annual reports like that, have you?
No, it's my first time.
Yeah, the first time you've done a report like that.
Right, the first time since my employ.
Right, and you've been employed with the city for 2.5 years?
2 years, 3 months.
2 years, 3 months, okay.
Yes.
All right. I want to take you back to the written statement that or the letter that you prepared.
Okay.
And sent to the mayor's office. It's the appointing authority, Exhibit 2.
Okay.
And ask you about that.
Exhibit 2?
Yeah, it's Exhibit 2.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I want to direct your attention to, in that first paragraph, you see, you write, during our meeting on August 19, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes?
Can you read the rest of that paragraph?
Yes, during our meeting on August 19, 2024, Sarah Baker informed me that you and she were told by a Department of Personnel employee about a claim that I had allegedly used a city vehicle for personal reasons to travel to Jefferson City, Missouri, under the pretense to catch my husband cheating.
Okay. So that was what was reported to Sarah and Jared, is that right?
Well, let me object and report it by whom?
Sustained.
You say in the letter that a Department of Personnel employee reported that to Sarah and Jared.
That's what I was told by Sarah and Jared.
Okay. That you were told by them that someone reported that you took the car to go and catch your husband cheating.
That's what they said.
And that's really what you were doing in Jefferson City, right?
No, it is not. It absolutely is not the reason why I was in Jefferson
Let
City.
me object.
Isn't
This is a clear
Her answer,
violation.
she answered the question, Mr. Norwood.
Okay.
Her answer stands.
Isn't that why you wanted an unmarked car?
Objection.
Overruled.
The court has already ruled that this personal
This-
matter.
And the court does not believe that this particular question goes to asking about the content of private papers or private matters, and her answer to the previous question put in evidence what was in this letter, all right? So, but for the commissioners as well as the witness, can you please restate your question?
I said, that's why you wanted an unmarked car.
I did
By
not ask
that,
for a
that's
remark.
why, could you clarify what you mean
The-
by
that
that's
the-
why?
That the real reason that she traveled to Jefferson City was, in fact, to catch her husband cheating,
And
as
your-
it's put in the letter.
And your answer is?
No, that is not true.
And I said, but that's why you wanted an unmarked car.
I didn't ask for an unmarked car.
Okay, you asked for a black car.
Yes.
And then the response from Dr. Bird was, sadly, sadly, all the cars are marked.
But there was a conversation that Dr. Bird and I had actually had over the phone where I had said, are there black cards? Now, why Dr. Bird responded in that way, I cannot answer that question.
Did you ask him why he responded that way?
No, I did not.
Didn't seem odd to you?
No, it did not. I didn't pay a lot of attention to text messages or anything else. I was focused on getting the papers that I needed, and we worked all the way.
And I mean, that's really why you don't tell Anthony Bird, Dr. Bird, why you're going on the trip, right?
No, that's not true at all. He didn't ask why I was going on the trip. We knew that we had work to do. That's what we did when we were on our way there. And I got what I needed from my car, and that was the end of that.
Oh, you guys didn't have a conversation about why this trip is taking place?
No, we did not.
So, okay. And had he asked you, you could have said, I got to get some papers, right?
Had he asked me, I would have told him the reason why, yes.
But he never asked you, why are we going to Jefferson City?
No, he did not.
He just said, do I need to wear a suit?
Yes.
Okay. In that exhibit, that same letter that you wrote that you assured Bianca that you were going to self-disclose.
That's correct.
And you spoke with Bianca on August the 15th.
The evening of August, late afternoon of August the 15th.
And is that when you assured her you were going to self-disclose?
I told her that I was going to self-disclose, yes.
But then you didn't go seeking a meeting with the mayor's office, right? You were called into Jared Boyd's office.
I think what's most important before I answer that question is the fact that what I sought to do is to find out if I had actually violated the policy, because I did not know. At that particular time, I only had information that Bianca had given to me. So the next day, I sought to find out what is the policy, what is it, read it, And then I had some other commitments that day as well.
But why did you assure her you were going to self-disclose?
I didn't tell her that I was going to self-disclose the next day. I assured her that I would be self-disclosing, and that's what I had planned to do.
What's there to self-disclose if you don't know whether or not you violated the policy?
That's why I wanted to look and see if I violated it. Based off of what she said to me, I needed to verify whether or not it was true, and if it was true, I was going to self-disclose.
And on August 19,
Yes.
you were called into the office. You didn't go, oh, I got to go self-disclose, right?
That was because it was that morning, and I had not had an opportunity to go over to Sarah's, to speak with Sarah and Jared that morning yet.
But you met with them in the afternoon.
No, I didn't. What, I don't understand. Please repeat your question.
The point is, you were asked to come to the office, right?
I was asked to come to the office, yes.
And that's not self-disclosing. They already knew, right?
That
I
is,
object to what they already knew, speculation.
right.
All right, sustained, it's not really a question, that's a statement.
And when you talked to them, you didn't give them all the details, right?
Yes, I did.
You told them everywhere you and Dr. Bird went?
At that, I did not tell them that I went to the casino, but everywhere else, I did tell them that I went.
So that you didn't give them all the details?
That's because I did not recall or remember at that particular time.
You didn't remember at that particular time that you also went to the casino?
I did not. It happened a month and a half or so ago.
You didn't tell them how long you guys had the car, did you?
I wasn't asked.
So is that self-disclosing?
Self-disclosing is the fact that I violated the vehicle policy. That's what I was self-disclosing.
So not necessarily all the details about it.
What was most important is that I violated the policy, and that's where my focus was.
You don't think it was important for your appointing authority to understand more than just I violated the policy? Like how you violated the policy, what went on?
When you say, how did I violate the policy, what are you referring to?
I mean, how long you had the car, where all you went, you know, those kind of details.
No, I thought what's most important is that I violated the policy regardless of how long I was gone, regardless of what I did. I violated the policy, and I was self-disclosing to make sure that they understood that I was sorry. I understood then that it should not have occurred, and that's what I was making them aware of.
Okay, so again, just to go back to that one question. You didn't tell them how long you guys had the car.
I did not think it was relevant. What was most important is that I violated the policy.
Okay, and then let's go to back to the exhibit that you were just we were just dealing with.
Yes.
Respondents, Exhibit 27. That's the letter to the comptroller.
Let me see, your binder or my binder?
It's your binding, your
okay.
Respondents, Exhibit 27, not ours.
Okay. 27?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got it upside down. Okay.
And I have, tell you what, 4 minutes after 12, so we'll just stop there if you want to note where you're at, and Ms. Jenkins-Gray will.
Okay.
When we come back, he'll ask you the question
that.
over again.
Okay.
All right, so.
Alrighty.
We'll break, let's make it until 10 after 1, all right? That gives an hour and 6 minutes, hour and 5 minutes. Hopefully that'll be enough time for it. Now, wait a minute, before we do that, we're break from the hearing, and Ms. Jenkins-Gray, just why don't you hold your seat for just a moment. Mr. Norwood wanted to make his offer of proof, and I said we'd bring that up at the lunch break, right?
Yes, yes.
All right, so you want to do that now?
Did we want to do it on the record?
All right, why don't you and Mr. Harris step up here for a second?
Yes.
Here or there?
I'm right up to, just, okay, now, what do you need to do in terms of an offer of proof?
Actually, what I would tender as the offer.
On the record. I'm sorry, on the record. I'm sorry. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I just wanted to know.
But
To save some time, What I would tender as the offer of proof is contained in the motion we submitted yesterday, which is the motion to disqualify the commissioners and any alternative motions to call the commissioners as witnesses. And attached to that is some deposition testimony of Mr. Anthony Byrd pertinent to that issue. And that would be my offer of proof on that issue.
Now, the deposition itself is something that is the subject of a different motion of yours, right?
Well, and just to elaborate, because we did have some discussions about that, he intends to offer some of the deposition testimony. We intend to offer some deposition testimony. I provided to him this morning those portions that we've objected to and the portions we intend to introduce for the purpose of him studying and us trying to figure out how we're going to work through that process.
I appreciate
And I
that.
hope that he provides me with what he plans to do. And at some point, we're going to
Well,
have to
then
take that
we'll
back.
discuss, and then we'll discuss that with both of you,
Yes.
so we hopefully
Yes, but this
expedite
particular
that.
portion of it just relates to that issue, and that would be an offer of proof. And I was
Oh,
going
okay,
to ask her
and-
the same questions because she was at that meeting.
Now, this particular portion is something that you do not object to, right? You're trying to get it into evidence.
Well,
This
it's an offer of proof
particular
now. It's
portion.
an offer of proof now. We'll sort
Right.
through the portions that.
No, I know, but that's what what I'm getting at is this is not something that is got personal or private matters in it?
No, not
It does
this.
not, okay. And so, has Mr. Harris had a chance to look at whatever this segment is?
Well, right, so this is again to the issue of calling the commissioners to testify or to have them disqualified.
Yes.
Right, okay.
And, you know, my argument would be that that issue has been litigated and ruled on, that there are no sufficient grounds to disqualify the commissioners or to call them to testify.
And this is just an offer of proof. So it's not coming in, so this is.
Right. And so it's an exhibit number?
It is, we can mark it as an exhibit, which is the motion to disqualify the commissioners or the alternative motion to call the commissioners as witnesses. And so if we would like to mark that
Yeah.
as my offer of proof, that's fine, however you want to mark it.
So this is your offer of proof?
Yes.
So we'll just mark that respondent's offer of proof, number one, I guess, right?
Yeah, since that's the first written.
Right. Respondent's offer proof, number one, and I'll just note at lunch recess, January 15th.
Yes,
Okay?
yes.
Okay, so, you know what this is?
Yes.
You don't, and do we need copies of, make extra copies if you want the staff, so each one of the commissioners has a copy of your offer proof? We can make copies of that?
We have copies.
You have copies, so if you, one for each of us, and then one for the staff to keep as part of the record?
Yes,
Okay, then that'd take care of that,
Yes.
right?
yes,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you both, and we'll talk about the bird stuff later. Now, do you anticipate getting to that this afternoon? Okay, all right. First, right when we start, after we finish Ms. Jenkins Gray, next thing, or other witnesses? Pretty much right after we finish her.
Well, and that's the challenge because we don't know what he's planning to do. And we would like the opportunity to know that so we can object, appropriately object.
We'll work through, try to work through lunch to let you know which. You got,
I don't have the video,
right, but you got the
the transcript,
transcript.
so let me know.
And so
the
we'll
line page.
pinpoint the transcript where we.
And then we'll have to have a session to hash that out in
Now,
advance.
once we've hashed it out and we know what portions are being admitted, and both of you intend to admit portions of it, right? Are you going to do that by playing the video, or how are you going to do that?
Our intention would be to play the
And just have it marked at whatever start and stop points wherever we've excluded or you're not offering some, okay. All right, well, good, you two work through lunch and,
May I just ask a question from my own understanding? So as you all are going to
I heard you say that you would share the portions that you plan to do, but I also heard you just say that you'll use this as well. So will you be doing the same thing at that same time?
I don't have access to the video. Now, our people.
But the transcript, you have access to
I have
the
access to the
transcript.
transcript.
Are you able to, I'm just trying to find time
Well,
savers. And
I
so
was
are you
going, I
able?
was planning to do it old school. I was gonna read it through my associate. I'd rather play the video, but since I don't have access to it, you know, we just.
But you've got it. If you plan on playing it, we could, the two of you could, you know,
Well, he knows what.
once
plan
we've
to do.
hashed out what is going to be admitted and what isn't, which will require us, after the two of them confer, and
They
they
share that
tell
back
us,
with
okay,
us.
then we'll have to make rulings. There'll still be some things that one side or the other might say, but we're objecting to this part. Well, that's the part we'll have to consider, and we'll have to talk it over, and then give you a little bit of time just to sit down, and so that when we're ready to go on the record with the hearing, they could just play whatever those parts of the video are that both sides
That's what I
are.
just want to make sure
Yeah.
both sides had that.
And- Right, right. So,
Thank
all
you.
right, well, enjoy your lunch. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Well, we can still do that, can't we?
Yeah.
Although,
Excuse me. You did a great job of dating them, which is what we did ask.
Yes, sir.
But they're all the same date.
Yeah.
well,
Or I think.
they were sent all the same.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they should be like A, B, C, so that we could know
I can check the.
if he references.
Do you guys have a preference what's what, or just as long as they're different?
Yes.
Do you mind if I say?
There's there's four of them?
There should be four. So there's three motions, and then there's the one offer, or the motion that turned into the offer proof.
Okay, so here's the three motions,
Okay.
and then the offer of proof I got separately somewhere. Go ahead.
Oh, response, here it is right here.
And do you want that?
No, because this is clear.
Okay, so just the three other motions?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, the offer of proof thing is okay.
His leg.
Yeah,
Do you mind if I snag those from you?
Take whatever.
Thank you, sir.
he's gonna give them back to you.
I'll give them.
Now, this says I'm connected to the internet.
By noon.
I did eat. I didn't even say thank you. I know I need to get.
Okay, Norwood's here, Reggie's here, the witness is back. Oh, okay, everybody, ready? And I think, Mr. Harris, you were still examining, so ready to start? Okay, we're on the record now? We're on the record. Okay. Can you resume with your redirect examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, the hearing's now in session again, so come to order. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
All right. Let me just go back. I want to go back and ask you a few questions about the trip itself to Jefferson City.
Okay.
First off, I take it you deny that you made a call while in Jefferson City to a hotel in Jefferson City?
I do not recall making a call to a hotel while I was in Jefferson City.
Okay. Did you go inside a hotel?
Let me object, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
Not relevant to anything.
Well, all right. There was some mention about driving to the Capitol Plaza Hotel, I believe, in the previous testimony, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, and there's, right, so.
You were referring to that hotel?
That's correct.
All right.
This all relates to her actions
All
that
right.
day.
All right. The objection's overruled. We'll see where it goes. Go ahead.
So, did you go into that hotel?
I went into the convention center portion, yes.
Okay, and did you speak with someone in there?
Well, let me object.
No. I didn't speak with anyone.
Hold on, objection. What? She didn't drive into the convention center. So what are we talking about, her speaking to somebody in the lobby of a convention center?
Well, we're trying to get to that.
Okay, and how would it be relevant?
It's relevant, once again, to her actions that day, which relate to the allegations of malfeasance and why she was in Jefferson City. It's her actions.
Well, and the witness has already stated, I believe, that she went there on personal business?
Yes.
To retrieve personal items from her car that was parked up there. That's all been testified to on the record, right?
That doesn't mean that the appointing authority has to accept that as true. We can challenge that.
But this particular question is who she asked.
All right, let me say, so in other words, the appointing authority would be challenging Ms. Grady's testimony that she went to Jeff City on personal business. You'd be challenging that because the city's contention is, no, she went on city business?
No.
Well, that's why it's irrelevant,
Judge,
because
listen.
that she's admitting that she used the car for personal business.
Judge, we're challenging that this personal business was just to retrieve papers. That's not what the personal business was for. And the appointing authority has a right to understand and challenge what the personal business was for in order to make its determination. So we're asking for the facts of what happened when she was there.
Those facts are irrelevant. If she says, I went on personal business, it doesn't matter what she did and what she got. It's irrelevant, wholly irrelevant, and totally designed to continue what amounts to a character assassination of their director of personnel.
No, they have a story of what this personal reason was. That doesn't mean that we have to accept it as true.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter what the
Mr.
personal
Harris, the contention is by the city that this conversation with someone that took place at the Capitol Plaza Hotel is relevant
It's
because
relevant.
of why? It shows that she was there on personal business?
That it's relevant to the underlying reasons why she was there. Your Honor, how about this? Let's say that her personal reason for going was, oh, shoot, I left my cell phone in the car. I need to shoot up there, grab my cell phone, come back, and when she has the meeting with her appointing authority, I went up there for a cell phone. Maybe they say, oh, that's okay, no problem, don't do it again, boom. But let's say her personal reasons for going up there was to stake out a bank that she was gonna rob. That's different. And if she comes back and that's her story, then the appointing authority needs to know that that's the real story.
But there's no evidence about bank robberies, and this is clearly personal
That was
stuff.
that was a hypothetical.
It was definitely a hypothetical, just like what you're talking about is a hypothetical. It's irrelevant. She stipulated, let me finish.
One at a time.
She stipulated that it was personal. She drove there, she drove back. That's all on the record. And who she said to what about whom is totally irrelevant.
We intend to put on evidence that the reason she went to Jefferson City was to determine whether or not her husband was having an affair.
All right, you intend, wait a minute, Mr. Harris, you intend to put that on as evidence?
Yes.
All right. Well, if and when we get to that point, then you can put that on, and if and when you put that on, in your case in chief, the defense, call it the defense here, the appellant, however you want the respondent, probably is the best terminology, the respondent, Ms. Gray's attorney, then can challenge whatever evidence that you're trying to put on and/or call Ms. Gray back to the stand. But so far, she has not made any kind of a defense that I was justified by going for this particular reason. Now, that doesn't, I just, as I say, at this point in time, she has admitted that the particular reason was for personal business.
But that's it.
That's right, that's
And
it.
That's all that
And,
matters.
and that's all that matters
No,
in
no.
terms of the city's allegation against her is that she violated the city's policy on vehicles, isn't it? Isn't that the allegation?
That it rises to the level of malfeasance under the charter.
Okay.
That's what the charge is.
That it rises, so you're saying it's a different charge if she left her cell phone than if she went up for some other purpose?
Precisely.
Well, and let's play this out hypothetically, because he's wrong. But assuming that was the purpose, how does that make a difference? Right? I mean, how does that make any difference in terms of if she went up there for that purpose, so what? Who cares?
My
How
guess
does that-
is
Is
if-
that what your appointing authority, is that what the mayor is doing?
If you
Sort of
ask-
saying that if you go up here and if you had a personal family emergency, that's a whole different dynamic?
I'm sure if you ask any employer,
Well, let's not
This
get in too much into hypotheticals. In this particular case, the question about what she was doing in Jefferson City beyond what she's already said was for personal business, not city business, is at this point irrelevant. The city will get its opportunity. You called her as your first witness, but you are alluding to you've got other evidence that you're going to present, right?
this
Or
is
is
our
it
case
only through her?
this is our case in chief,
All right.
and
The city.
she's on the stand.
Yeah, it's
we're
your
putting on our
case in,
case.
no, it's your case in chief, which means that you have, the appointing authority, in this case, the mayor is the appointing authority. The mayor, through her delegee that signed the letter to Ms. Sonia Gray, made the accusations of malfeasance against her, right?
Mhm.
Which would suggest the mayor had a basis for allegations of malfeasance, right?
Of course.
Well, yeah, and from the evidence, the witness has already been questioned, has already talked to other people in the mayor's office after she came back from the trip. We haven't had any direct testimony, but I think you were getting to it about a meeting with the mayor maybe, but we haven't had any testimony about her and the mayor.
I'm just asking about her actions.
It's discovery, in other words.
Her-
You're just trying to discover what she was doing.
Your Honor, so right now.
It's discovery.
So right now, we're in our case in chief. She's our witness.
Okay.
We called her to the stand. And so we're trying to produce our evidence through this witness. Just because she
That what she
denies-
did was malfeasance.
Yes.
It's irrelevant, even under his bizarre theory about the whys and the wherefore. It's totally irrelevant, and it's clearly designed to try to embarrass her for some reason. I don't know, whatever. I think I do know, but I'm not going to speculate about that. But we're here in this public venue, and the fact of the matter is, she went on the trip, she came back, and her personal business is her personal business.
All right.
Is this where we come in a society where we can put somebody on the stand and start unraveling irrelevant stuff when she's conceded that it was a personal trip?
All right. Here's what I think as a practical matter to make things easy. What we'll do is we're going to take a recess. We'll keep the attorneys here, keep the witness here. The commissioners will be here. But would ask everyone else to step out of the hearing room, please. We'll have a conference about this that is not part of the public hearing in order to decide this legal question, all right?
Well, and it becomes germane.
It'll be on the record.
Yes, it becomes germane to the testimony they plan to read in.
I understand.
Dr. Berg, too.
I
So
understand.
we may as well deal with it all together.
Right.
And for
Well,
the-
it'll save us some time,
And
hopefully.
for the record,
Yes,
I-
we are on the record still, right?
and for
Haven't
the-
stopped yet.
for
Go
the
ahead.
record, we have no problem with this portion, what the court is mentioning, the session we're about to go into not being in public. So there's no effort here to embarrass anyone. The charter is what mandates this hearing being public. It's the charter.
Oh, I understand that.
So I mean, this whole idea that, oh, there's an attempt at assassinating her character, I mean, we're following what the law says. And so if we want to, not air this out in front of the public, so be it.
Well, again, it's a public hearing, but I think that does not preclude the commissioners who have to make rulings on these types of things, having a conference with the attorneys that is not public in order to decide what should or should not be allowed and admitted into evidence at the public hearing, all right? So, with your indulgence, everyone, I can't predict, but I'm going to say no more than 10 minutes, and we'll be back in session. I think I can hear both attorneys in that short a time, if they're both brief, all right? Because I think we know what the issue is here, all right? So everyone else out? As soon as everybody's out, yes, sir, question?
Judge Sweeney, sorry, Jacob Barker with the Post-Dispatch. I just want to put in a formal objection to closing this because there was no closed session noticed in the public hearing notice. So
Okay.
I just want that formal objection on the record.
Well, okay.
And if you do go into closed session, I would say usually the commission has a roll call vote to go into closed session. This is not a court hearing, it's a public hearing.
It's quasi-judicial hearing.
Yeah, I know.
The
but-
commissioners are acting as a judicial tribunal. So it's sort of a hybrid, Mr.
I
Barker,
realize-
Barker's your
Yes,
name,
Barker,
right?
Jacob Barker.
All right, Mr. Barker, and so
there's not a lot of
you've
case
made your,
law, I just wanted
you've
to
made
know.
your objection on the record.
Okay.
I don't know what good that does you, because you don't have the right to appeal here, but at any rate.
Is this conversation going to be on record?
Yes, what we do. We just got to get everybody else out. And that was on the record, right?
Yes, that was on the record. Yeah, this is going to be on
So
the
we
record.
just keep on the record, I guess.
Okay, yeah.
All right, folks, we need to start here, so everybody else out. Everybody else out except the attorneys.
They're an attorney.
Ms. Gray can stay, of course. You can stay.
All day. Everybody else got no. Yeah.
Can she get in next door? Can I get in?
Her staff probably should.
Yeah, right.
Probably want to bring it.
All right, so oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, I think, just for the record, everyone else is out except for the commissioners, the hearing officer, the witness, who is the respondent in the case, Ms. Jenkins Gray, her attorneys and the attorneys for the appointing authority, and the personnel who run the on-the-record taping equipment. So other than that, everyone else has left the room. Mr. Harris, can you tell us what you expect to show that would be relevant here?
So we would expect to show that the trip to Jefferson City was to determine whether or not the director's husband was having an affair, and that Dr. Bird, of course, went with her, and that she directed Dr. Bird to go to a hotel where he parked, that she made a call to the hotel because she believed that the person with whom her husband was having an affair was inside, that she went inside, that her husband came out of the hotel, came up to the car while she was inside and Dr. Byrd was in the vehicle, spoke to Dr. Byrd, learned that his wife was there, walked away hurriedly, jogged or whatever, went away, that the director came out of the hotel, got into the car, was upset, and that she directed Dr. Byrd to then drive back to St. Louis, that they raced back to St. Louis because they thought that they needed to beat her husband back to St. Louis, that during the trip back, she made phone calls to family and at least one friend, was very upset and emotional, told these folks that she talked to on the phone, on speakerphone, what had occurred, and that when they got back to St. Louis, they stopped at her house. She attempts to go into the house, but doesn't have her key or something like that. She then directs Dr. Byrd to drive her. I guess they had been monitoring the location of Reverend Gray while they're driving back. Directs Dr. Byrd to drive to the casino, which is where, based on their monitoring, they learned the vehicle was. They drive to the casino. She gets into her car. She goes, they find her car at the casino. She goes inside, retrieves something, gets back into the car. Then she plays a recording for Dr. Byrd of a conversation that her husband was having, in which he was recounting about the fact that they were in Jefferson City, and he was upset about that. She made comments to Dr. Byrd about having a concern that they needed to perhaps retrieve a weapon from her home before her husband got there, and that caused Dr. Byrd a lot of concern and a lot of worry, and he was concerned about his safety. And he expressed that to her, that she directed him to take her to her daughter's house. That's where they went. She and her daughter have what sounds like an argument. She then directs him to take her to a friend's house. And that at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, Dr. Byrd he finally drops her off at the final destination after midnight that night.
And can I respond to that?
Just one second. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead then. Response?
Yes, well, and then on the one hand, they're trying to hastily move through this thing, but now they're gonna open up this whole door, which means we're gonna have to call the reverend, and we got to go into all of this stuff about a personal situation between her and her husband. It's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, and this is what Dr. Byrd testified to, and this is what we're going to be fighting about in the transcript. What he said was he didn't know the reason he was going up there. He had some reasons. He knew from the note that it wasn't strictly business, and he knew that. He didn't know exactly, okay, and that's fine, because it was personal. These papers were personal. She retrieved the personal papers. Under their view of the world, let's just hypothetically play this out. She left to like he said, catch her husband cheating. Okay, let's assume that's the case, which is belied by all of the testimony, including Dr. Byrd's testimony, who says they took care of business like it was a normal day. Doesn't sound like a jealous person racing down there to try to catch her husband, okay? Something happened when they were there, which changed the whole dynamic. But all along the way, according to Dr. Berg, everything was fine. There was no problem. She retrieved her papers. The testimony was, from Dr. Berg, as well as her testimony, is that she was trying to track down her husband when she got there. She went all the way to Jeff City. She wasn't going to try to reach him. She couldn't reach him, which is natural. I would be worried. I was wondering where's my, and that happened, and whatever misunderstanding. And at the end of the day, and this is what really galls me about this effort by disappointing authority. What happened, and what this is what we're going to have to get into, I guess, if we're going to open this door, is that she was under a misimpression that there was something happening between the Reverend and his ex-wife, and what the testimony is, and Dr. Berg testified to this because he talked to them both after the fact, he was meeting with his ex-wife so they could sign some legal documents for their, meaning Reverend Gray and his former wife, disabled child. And so, is this where we are? None of that's relevant to anything, but if they start opening up this door, then we got to try to close it, and now we are in April trying this thing. It's irrelevant, right? That's what the evidence is going to show. So his suggestion about he's going to prove that somehow she went to catch her husband cheating, and let's assume that's the case, but it turned out he was meeting with his wife to sign these papers, but she was wrong, okay? Is that malfeasance? This is a personal matter, a highly personal matter, and to air this out in a public process like this has no meaningful purpose for this tribunal in deciding whether or not making its personal run while she's killing two birds at the same time. She could have took the day off and said, the heck with city business. Let me race down there and catch my husband cheating, or let me race down there and get my papers. But she didn't do that, because she's a dedicated civil servant and she wanted to make sure the business got done before the holiday. That's what the whole deal is about.
All right.
I mean,
But if you open up
wait.
these doors, this is the door we're going to do, and then we have to call the ex-wife and bring in the papers they signed.
All right, Mr. Harris, you went through a list of, depending upon how you number them, 10 or so, 15 things that you say you would show happened in Jefferson City or on the way back. Now, I think you correctly pointed out that one of the issues in this hearing is whether or not the conduct of the respondent rose to the level of malfeasance. All right? Now, can you tell me, is there anything in that list of things that you said that you would bring out if this testimony were allowed that you think is relevant to malfeasance? What is what? And I think you'll concede is I didn't see anything in any of the things, and maybe I missed it, submitted by either party in advance of this hearing about what malfeasance, what's the definition of malfeasance, right? The word is used in the city charter, but it's not defined, right? It's not defined elsewhere in city ordinances or anything, right? So that's a big legal issue in this hearing, is what exactly is malfeasance, because that's what she's accused of.
Right.
But now, what are you saying of all of this that you want to you should say is relevant to show malfeasance? What makes it malfeasance?
All of it together, Your Honor. The fact that, I mean,
Just all of it together.
Listen, a couple things. The fact that she would subject a subordinate employee to this situation.
When you say this situation, what do you mean by?
Well, that she took him with her on, this journey, which again, for the reasons that we believe that we laid out, and we intend to put on evidence, as I already indicated, that he was in an uncomfortable situation and expressed concern for his own safety, and frankly, he expressed some concern for her safety. So, for a director of personnel, highest ranking HR individual in the city, to place a subordinate in that kind of a predicament, that kind of a situation, That is an example, we believe, of malfeasance.
Well, and just
Well,
briefly
wait,
respond.
is it the, in other words, Dr. Bird's fear, whether, if he felt he was under some threat, or he was concerned for his own safety or hers, that he's certainly entitled to that. However, that doesn't define whether or not it is malfeasance. The question is, you said, for her to subject a subordinate to this situation. Now, this situation is what? What's this situation beyond taking a subordinate with her on a trip out of town, 120 miles, on personal business? I mean, there's no dispute that happened, is there? That's not disputed.
Right. But
Okay, so beyond that, what situation? The situation that, what, her husband is in Jefferson City and that's where they're going to Jefferson City
I mean,
to try to look up her husband?
it's what I just laid out. It is the totality of the situation
All right.
of her using a city vehicle on business time with a subordinate for the purpose that we talked about. When, versus their story, it was just to go and, collect some personal papers that I don't want to tell you about.
Well, and all of this stuff, even if you buy into their theory, right? He almost makes it seem like she planned to go there and get into this situation, and whatever happened on the way back, and she goes to get her keys because she couldn't get in the house. She's trying to, all of that stuff, how is that malfeasance? If he's concerned about her safety, it seems like she's the one who's in a situation, and here is her, and this is what he said, and we can read it in the transcript. He said that no man...
By he who?
Meaning, Dr. Berg. This is what he testified to, and it's in that transcript. You'll be fighting about that. But he said that when he came back and she couldn't get her home, what are you supposed to do? Drive over, okay, it's done, I got to take this vehicle back. No, he said he wanted to make sure she was safe, right? And that's what he did. And to suggest that him trying to help her get to a safe space for whatever reason is malfeasance on her part, when under his theory she's a victim of whatever concoction he's talking about. That's wholly irrelevant, and it doesn't show malfeasance on her part unless he's going to show that somehow she planned all of this in her mind to put this subordinate in this messed up situation that she wound up being in, whatever that turned out to be, rightly or wrongly. So that's why it becomes totally off base, and it's irrelevant, and it's obvious the reason why, particularly when we know, and he knows too, because this is what Dr. Bird testified to, it was a misunderstanding regarding why he was getting together with his ex-wife. That's what it all comes down to.
That's
right.
their story.
All right, now,
And-
gentlemen, I think I've heard both of your arguments. What I'd ask you two to do now, and Ms. Gray and the other attorneys, is step out, because the commissioners will discuss this, and then they'll make a ruling, okay? They have to decide this, so they'll rule on it, and in just a moment, we'll have that discussion and come out when ready. Hopefully, it won't be more than a couple minutes. All right?
Okay, so I'll leave
Now,
this stuff
this
to
is,
Mr.
now you can go off the record.
Off the record.
All right, Mr. Harris is at the microphone, I believe, to continue with your examination. For the attorneys, the commissioners have considered the objection made by Mr. Norwood that this is a further continuation of inquiry into personal matters, that last week's ruling was that the personal matters, and I think specifically the personal matters last week was the testimony that the purpose of the trip, the testimony, if I recall it correctly, was to retrieve papers, and that she retrieved papers from her car in Jefferson City, that was the purpose of the trip, that it is fair to cross-examine about whether or not that was the purpose of the trip, and therefore to inquire about actions that took place on the trip. So, Mr. Norwood, your objection to Mr. Harris's question and further questions along those lines about what, in fact, she did. The first question that was objected to was about, did you go into the hotel and have a conversation with someone? I believe, if I'm correct, Mr. Harris, that objection is overruled, and just in general, the ruling is that it will be relevant and therefore permitted to ask questions as to what did or did not, what was or was not the purpose of any of Ms. Jenkins Gray's actions while she was on this trip, because, specifically, because the commissioners believe that that would relate to one of the main issues before this commission, which is whether or not the conduct rises to the level of malfeasance or not.
And just,
That's an issue the commission has to decide, and we think this is relevant to that. I'm sorry,
So-
Mr. Norwood, go ahead.
just so that I'm clear, since now the door is open, will I have an opportunity to do recross to cover these new subject matters?
Well, we did not discuss that yet. You made that motion, and we said we'd take it up, and now, obviously, we'll have a reason to take it up. But I understand you're going to be asking for that this is a reason that you were not able to anticipate that this would come up when you sat down. So
Yes.
we'll discuss that once Mr. Harris finishes his redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Okay, so just to kind of go back, so the last question I asked was whether or not you went into the hotel and spoke with anyone inside.
Objection mischaracterizes her testimony.
Okay. Mr. Harris,
Well, that was my question.
do you understand the question?
Please repeat the question one more time,
Okay,
please.
so we talked about the fact that you and Dr. Byrd, well, let's back up. Did you and Dr. Byrd go to a hotel?
As I testified before, we went to the Capitol Plaza Convention Center and Hotel, yes.
Okay, so you arrived there. Did you go inside?
Yes,
And Dr. Byrd stayed in the car?
yes.
Okay. When you went inside, did you speak with anyone?
I do not recall speaking to anyone when I went in.
Okay. So how long did you stay inside?
Maybe 15 minutes, not very long, 15 minutes.
What were
No
you
more.
doing? What were you doing inside?
When I went inside, I went to the restaurant in the hotel because my husband often eats lunch there. And so I went around to the to the restaurant area, and I didn't see him. And so then I walked around to the, it's like the convention center where you have meetings and things. I walked around there to see if I saw him, and I did not see him there either.
Okay. So your intention was to go in there to see if you could find your husband in there.
To see if I saw him in there, yes.
Okay. And you didn't see him in there.
No, I did not.
All right. You come back out.
Yes,
Okay. You go to the car,
yes,
and Dr. Byrd is still there.
yes.
And does Dr. Byrd tell you that he saw your husband?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did he say about that encounter?
He pretty much just said, Director, I just saw your husband. He's walking across the parking lot.
Okay. And did you go talk to him?
No, he was already, I could see the back of him, but I could not see, it wasn't within close proximity of each other.
Did your husband ask if you were there? Did he ask Dr. Byrd if you were there?
I didn't have any conversations with Dr. Byrd about anything that my husband said.
Oh, so Dr. Byrd didn't tell you that he asked if you were there?
No, what Dr. Byrd said to me was that your husband, I think he said Reverend Gray came out and he's walking across the back of the parking lot, and I looked up and I saw the back of him, but he was closer to the street.
Okay. And so you had gone in there to see if you could find him, right?
Yes,
So now you're out of the car and you see him off in the distance.
yes.
Do you guys go and catch up with him?
No, because he was too far away for me to walk, and so I got in the car. And I told Dr. Byrd, I said, let's just go back to St. Louis. And so we headed back to St. Louis. As we were leaving, I did see my husband. He was at the corner walking across the street, and we nodded at each other. And Dr. Byrd and I, we headed back to St. Louis.
Okay. So you went in there to see if you could catch up with him, didn't catch up with him. You come out to the car, you see him off in the distance, you guys get in the car, and you make eye contact, but you don't talk to him.
No, I did not at that moment. I did not.
Okay. All right. So when you got back in the car and you directed Dr. Byrd to go back to St. Louis, right?
Yes.
Were you upset?
At that particular time, no, I was not upset.
You weren't crying?
No, I was not. Not at that particular time, I was not.
But at some point you became upset?
At some point, I became very concerned, yes.
Okay. And what were you concerned about?
Let me object, continuing objection to all of this. Could I have a continuing objection?
You may, to the entire line of questioning.
But it's overruled.
Well, I think so. You'll have to renew it if you think some particular thing raises some additional factor.
Yeah, I'm used to jumping up, so.
All right, good.
Thank you.
But at any rate, so the objection is overruled.
Okay. Could
Okay.
you repeat the question?
Sure.
please?
What were you concerned about?
Well, at that particular time, I really didn't know what I was concerned about. I knew that, or the way, I didn't know anything. I knew the way that I was feeling at that particular time was that I had sought to reach out to my husband, and I couldn't locate him. And for me, I became concerned at that particular time because I didn't know what was going on, or if anything was going on. I just knew that I could not reach him. And so as I got in the car to drive back to St. Louis, I was completely fine, just like I am right now. There was no reason for me to feel any other way. But as we were driving, back to St. Louis, like any, and I don't want to use a cliche, but like any female who loves her husband and can't reach him and don't know what's going on, and then can only see him walking from, across the parking lot, I became emotional as a result of that. But it was not because of any other reason other than my imagination, me not knowing what was going on.
So, you could have stopped and like engaged with him, right? Talk to him.
At the corner when I saw him, yes, but I did not want to.
Okay. And why not?
For the reasons that I just stated a few minutes ago. I had tried to reach him. I couldn't reach him. I didn't have any inkling of an idea of what was going on. But like I said, like any woman or female that loves her husband and is concerned, your imagination will maybe run away with you.
So, okay, so now we're getting somewhere. Isn't that the reason you went up there? You went there to see if you can catch up with him.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Please ask the question again.
Isn't that the reason that you went to Jefferson City to try to catch up with your husband?
Attorney Harris, let me be very clear about this, and I have stated this before. The reason that I went to Jefferson City had nothing to do with trying to catch my husband cheating. It was specifically to go to my car to get some very private and personal papers that my husband had not even seen.
Okay, and the private and personal papers, what were those?
They were,
The objection to that was already sustained, and let me just check. All right.
Objection for the record.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Objection, it's not relevant. He's gotten into all this other stuff, and now we're in the private papers.
Is there a way to rephrase your question that would somehow relate whether or not these papers relate to anything else that she's talked about?
I mean, sure, I'll try, Your Honor, but just, let me just say, we're all sitting here assuming that that's true, that there were these personal papers. And if we assume that, then maybe it does sound crazy to ask her about it. But I don't think we can just assume that that's true. I think we need to probe.
Probe, how does a further answer of hers tell us whether or not it's true that there were, in fact, personal papers there?
She can tell us what the personal papers were.
Well, okay. How does that prove that that's true?
Your Honor, none of this proves that what she's saying is true or not. We get to test her credibility as she's testifying here today.
Yes, of course, you test her credibility.
And one of the ways you do that is to ask for
You can
details.
impeach her credibility, you can test her memory, I suppose, but, all right, I've conferred with them. Mr. Norwood, short answer is your objection is overruled, I'm sorry, but your objection is overruled on reconsideration that it is relevant. The purpose she went to Jefferson City is the question, and the reason it's relevant is it goes to the degree that her actions by going to Jefferson City rose to the level of malfeasance or not.
And her personal papers would lead this tribunal to decide, based upon the content of those personal papers, whether or not that constitutes malfeasance. Is that what we're hearing here today?
Well, let me ask Mr. Harris, is that what you're contending, that depending upon what her answer is as to what's in those personal papers, then it might have been okay to go to Jefferson City to get them, or it might not have been? Or at least it might not be something that would rise to the level of malfeasance? Is that what you're contending, that her answer here might answer that for you?
Your Honor, I think it should factor into, she later has a conversation with her appointing authority and was asked the same thing and did not tell them specifically what it was. And so I think we need to...
You expect that you're going to be introducing that into evidence?
I tell you what, I'll move on. It's not so important that we got to go through. I'll move on.
All right, Mr. Harris, I appreciate it.
Okay, so, all right. So when you guys go back to St. Louis, aren't you racing back to beat your husband back there?
No, I'm sorry, that's an exaggeration. We were not racing back, because if we were racing back, that means we were speeding, and there's nothing illegal that we did while we were driving back.
So it was an exaggeration. So you clarify for me.
We drove back normal speed limit.
Okay. Were you trying to get back before your husband did?
No, we were not trying to get back before my husband did.
Were you tracking him on the way?
No, I was not. You had asked me that before, and I said no.
Okay. Well, we've had a lot of questions.
I know, yeah, but I just want to be clear. I've already answered that before,
sides.
and I said no.
They've gone over things too.
Okay. But no, we were not tracking him.
Okay. And did you play a recording for Dr. Bird as you're driving back?
Well,
Absolutely not.
Let me object. If she was playing Barry White, is that relevant to malfeasance? Where are we today? I feel like Alice in somebody else's Wonderland. Where are we?
Well, specifically where your objection is being overruled, because it is relevant. This goes to her actions on the trip with the the other city employee. That goes to the issue of malfeasance or not. So, now, if she says Barry White, that's one answer.
As long as you all will take that into account, that's fine.
I don't want to know if you played a recording of Barry White.
Oh, okay.
I'll ask you specifically, did you play for him a recording of your husband talking to someone else?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And we talked about the fact that when you get back to St. Louis, well, let me back up. Okay. While you're on the way home, you made some phone calls, right?
Yes.
And you put some people on speakerphone?
No, I did not have them on speakerphone.
Okay. All right. And you get back to St. Louis, you go to your house,
Yes.
right? From there, you go to the casino?
Yes,
All right. Because you realize that's where your car is because you got to get your keys.
yes,
Okay. So that means your husband has made it back.
yes,
Okay. And Dr. Bird takes you to the casino, you go to the car, and you retrieve your keys.
yes,
When you get back in the car,
yes.
do you then play a recording for Dr. Bird of your husband?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you mention anything to Dr. Bird about a weapon?
Absolutely not. No, I did not.
Did Dr. Bird express to you some concern for his and your safety?
No, he did not.
Okay. All right, let me move to Respondents Exhibit 27.
Or
It's
my book or your book?
your book.
27. Okay, yes.
Okay, and you went over some of that with your attorney, right?
Yes,
And again, it says, it's dated August 20th of 2024.
yes,
Says it's self-disclosure and reimbursement, et cetera, right?
yes,
Okay. And again, so August 20th, 2024, it's all, the violation has already been disclosed at that
Yes.
point, right?
yes,
Okay, not by you, but by someone else.
yes.
Okay, by Bianca Lambert?
We disclosed on the same day. And
Okay.
I think it's important to be clear on that, is that I notified Bianca that I would be the self-disclosing, and she went right before I could to make the claim against me.
But again, you were called to the office. You didn't like make a beeline to Jared's office to self-disclose this.
Yes, I was called. Yes, I was called to the office, but it is on the record that I did say that I would be self-disclosing.
And in this, in that letter that you have, Exhibit 27, you don't disclose all the details, right?
No, because my purpose of disclosing was that I violated the vehicle policy.
It's not even accurate, right?
Yes, it is accurate. I did violate the vehicle policy.
But doesn't it say, I drove the city vehicle? Go ahead and read it.
I drove this. Yes, it does say I drove.
Doesn't even say Dr. Bird was with you, does it?
No, it does not.
So this self-disclosure, again, is not accurate.
It is accurate from a standpoint of the car was requested by me of Dr. Bird, and so I was taking full responsibility for it. I did not want anything said that I was trying to blame him for it, but it was very clear, and I had communicated to my appointed authorities that Dr. Bird was the one that reserved the vehicle. But I take responsibility for the car and for Boeing.
And it says, I immediately took the initiative to self-disclose, right?
Yes,
Immediately?
in my mind, it was immediately. I had to do some research to find out if I had violated, as I mentioned it before. And once I did find that out on that Monday, I had planned to go over and disclose, but before I got there, Bianca Lambert got there.
So not immediately on August the 15th when you learned that this had been...
Oh, no.
But immediately after doing some more investigation?
After doing some research and making my appointing authority aware, yes.
But you don't say that in the letter?
No, I did not.
Okay. And that letter, you know, you're reimbursing the city for the mileage to Jefferson City and back.
Yes.
Did you reimburse the city for your and Dr. Bird's time?
Well, as far as, there was nothing to reimburse from my time and Dr. Bird's time because we worked the majority of that day, and we are exempt level employees, and we had already worked 24 hours that week before we even got back from Jefferson City.
Were you working when you went into the hotel looking for your husband?
Without, at that particular time, I was on lunch break,
Uh-huh. Oh, because it was like around 12 or something like that?
something like that.
Yeah. Were you working when you went to the casino?
It was after hours. I worked 24/7, but at that particular time in the evening, I would not have been working, but I did work later that night, yes.
And were you working when you were going from the casino back to your daughter's house?
No,
Okay. So you didn't reimburse the city for any of that, right?
it was no need for me to, because that was not time that belonged to the city.
And you said you calculated the total mileage for the round trip to Jefferson City
Yes.
and back?
Yes.
What about the mileage to the casino?
I took that into consideration, yes, it's actually 4.5 miles from where I live. About 14.5 miles from where I live.
So you're saying you did calculate that?
When I went in and I did the calculation for the trip that I reimbursed the comptroller for, I took into consideration the mileage from one way going to Jefferson City and coming back, and then I think it was like a few 10 or 20 miles in addition to that I included.
Okay, because you didn't say that before. When you testified before about, totaling up the mileage, it was just St. Louis to Jeff City around.
Well, at that particular time, you didn't ask me that question either, so.
So now you're telling us that you also took into account the trip to the casino.
Not the entire trip, but I did include some extra miles because because we did some other driving, but I didn't do it specifically to the casino and back from the casino.
Okay. And, all right. And also, I take it then you included in that calculation, the trip to your daughter's house.
No, I did not.
Okay. All right. We heard, testimony earlier about, some good things that you've done as director of personnel, right?
Thank you, yes.
And I'm sure you're proud of that.
I am.
There was all the testimony about the annual report and, laying out the things that the department's doing.
Yes.
And I assume that, that includes automation and all of that. You talked about the typewriters and getting those, kind of out and bringing in a more tech savvy department.
Yes.
And didn't you also issue a workplace success guide?
I did.
Okay, and when was that?
Within the last 12, I can't tell you exactly, but within my time period here.
Is it fair to say around July, August 2023?
Okay, yes.
Okay. I take it you're proud of that?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you, this is an exhibit, we'll call Exhibit 21.
This is not in our packets.
Right, that's not in the binder. Can you tell us what Exhibit 21 is?
It is the Workplace Success Guide for the Department of Personnel.
It's got your picture on it, doesn't it?
No.
Maybe the second
Does it?
page?
Oh, yep, there I am.
Okay. And that's, again, that you worked hard to put that together with your staff and your team, I take it?
I put it together.
Okay. All right. So I would move for the admission into evidence of Exhibit, what did I say? 21.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 21 is admitted.
Okay. Now you testified that you did not violate any Department of Personnel policy when you covertly recorded Anthony Byrd, right? Remember you said that?
I did not say, repeat that again? some type of professional behavior between employees. And so that's why number 10 says that it would not be a normal process or procedure for us to video or audio, make video or audio tapes, along with gossiping and a number of different things.
Yeah, let's go to the bottom of, let's go to page 10, the workplace etiquette section that you're talking about.
Yes.
Well, let me object, because I just looked at the notice. I didn't see anything about violations of workplace etiquette as part of the notice. So, and as I read in terms of the Swartz case, you gotta put in the notice what's being charged. So, getting into this workplace etiquette that's just been produced today, when I asked for documents that were produced on the 5th by council, which didn't include the workplace etiquette, and here I'm getting blindsided by some allegation of a violation of workplace etiquette that's uncharged, is a violation of the Swartz case and a violation of due process.
We didn't think she was going to testify on the 7th that this was not a violation of policy. And so when that testimony came out, we had to check that and see, is there some policy or some rule? Turns out there is.
No, it turns out that there's a workplace etiquette.
Well, let's take a look at it.
All right, well, is, Mr. Harris, are you contending that you are showing that she committed a violation of workplace etiquette?
Yes. And the notice says that her prior work record will be considered.
Well, all right.
Well, she has
Now,
been charged with
is
violation.
that why this is relevant? Because it's relevant to show that she committed an additional violation of policy?
It's relevant for a number of reasons, because we believe that when she testified before, she said that this was not a violation of policy. We get to test that. We get to prove and show and discredit that testimony. So that's one reason it's relevant. The other reason is that, again, her work record is, the notice says her work record will be taken into account as part of this whole process.
And this is not her work record. This is some new thing they're throwing out here.
Correct, Mr. Norwood. This is not, Mr. Harris, part of her work record.
But
So,
she testified.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that's fairly unbelievable, but okay.
Oh, Mr. Harris, now, are you going to join in this?
Join in what? Oh, you're asking, am I going to have my time now to be
Yeah,
all
that's
to be all
exactly what I
blustery
was-
and upset over the rulings that are made
Right.
and go on for 2 hours about them
Right.
and
Right.
everything be okay?
Right, that's what I was asking.
I'm not gonna do that.
You thought you were doing it just by being concise?
not gonna
and
do that. I mean,
just
she's
using one word, unbelievable.
She's already testified that it violated this work etiquette rule for her to
That's correct.
secretly record her subordinate.
That's correct.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, good.
We talked before also about your violation of the credit card policy, right?
Yes.
And you obtained that credit card back in like March of 2023?
Yes.
Okay, you recall that?
Not the exact date, but somewhere around in there, yes.
Okay. And I mean, you said you wanted the card for supplies and other activities for the department.
That is incorrect.
Okay, well, why did you want it?
It's incorrect about the supplies because you cannot use a credit card for office supplies.
Okay. Okay, so why did you need the card?
I needed the card because the work that the Department of Personnel was going to be doing going forward required a credit card. Like, for example, our Facebook, our social media platforms that we had now launched. In order to be able to get those subscriptions, you had to have a credit card. We also use the credit card for events for new employee orientation, because we implemented that, and before the Department of Personnel was not doing citywide orientations, and so we began doing citywide orientations, and so we used the credit card for items and things that we would need for orientation.
And you testify that your violation was using the credit card to pay for parking?
Not just pay for parking, but it was used to pay for parking as a result of a city trip that I had gone on to Harvard.
To Harvard, okay.
Yes.
But there were other violations on that trip, right?
Not to my knowledge, nobody has said anything to me about any additional violations.
Oh, okay, so no one told you that it was a violation to use the card at the Fusion Hotel?
No, they did not.
Okay,
Nobody has had that conversation with me.
But you did use the card at the Fusion Hotel?
Yes.
Or the Fusion Lounge?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to ask you about the, you testified that, when you applied for this job or were, contacted about the job, you interviewed with a number of people,
Yes.
including the mayor,
Yes.
Nancy Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Barney,
Yes.
former Commissioner Dybo,
Yes.
and you said that you brought up the subject of your husband, right? On at least a couple of these interviews.
Well, objection, I think that mischaracterizes their testimony.
Not on a couple of the interviews, no. Only one time.
Okay, so, but in the interviews, the folks who were interviewing you, they didn't bring up your husband.
You are using plural. Can we talk specifics? Are you talking about a specific interview? Because I do not recall interviews in which my husband was discussed.
Okay. In any event, in conversations you had, I think you mentioned a conversation with the mayor and Nancy Cross.
That was an interview.
That was an interview?
Yes.
Okay, and your husband was not discussed in that interview?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yes.
well, in that interview, weren't you the one that brought up your husband?
It was a combination between all three of us in that interview. The interview was primarily, well, what was told to me is that we needed to wrap up a couple of things. They wanted to discuss a couple of things with me that had been brought to their attention, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, like what? And then I said, so are you, my exact words as I'm recalling it was, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Are you speaking about my husband? And they said yes.
Okay, so let me just ask you outright. Are you contending that this whole business here is because the city or the mayor or someone in St. Louis City Hall has a problem with your husband?
No, that is not what I'm saying, that is the entire situation.
But that's part of it?
Yes, it is. It is a part of it, yes.
So you think that this process, this procedure, is not just about you violating the policy, but in part, they have a gripe against your husband?
No, I believe that the impetus for all of this is the political interference that I've experienced as a result of the Charter Commission and my going public in opposition of what the mayor was requesting. I also believe that the mayor's office, like I was told by Sheena Hamilton and Nancy Cross, that the mayor felt that I was doing something to try to sabotage her reelection. I believe that that has a part of it. I believe that also the political interference that I have also mentioned throughout these hearings with regards to the Department of Personnel and how we are interfered with by the mayor's office with regards to pretty much around recruitment and placement of employees. I believe that that has to do a lot to do with it. And so it's not just based off of my husband.
Okay, well let me just drill down. Do you think that there's any part to like some animosity towards your husband that is, the reason for this?
I cannot necessarily with regards to that because I'm not directly involved with the mayor. With regards to how she feels about my husband. So I can't necessarily testify, to that fact. What I can testify to are those things that I have experienced specifically myself.
And the reason I'm asking is, if you're not contending that, then we don't have to deal with any evidence from your side about that, right?
Well, we do have evidence that that I guess will enter into the record, where there may be some legitimacy around that with regards to my husband, because it is known that my husband and the mayor sometimes are on opposing sides with issues. It is known that he's the chair of the DFOB, and in that role has had to come out against the mayor. It is known that my husband has been, excuse me, was an advocate for Wesley Bell, which was opposed to Cori Bush. Now, I'm not a politician and I don't get into a lot of the politics, but those things and the timing of all of this is
Well,
It's worth discussing.
I'm asking you, I mean, you know, you're the subject of the proceeding, so I'm asking you, what are you contending? I mean, you're saying, maybe not, but there's evidence. I mean, are you contending that, you know, there is animosity against your husband, and that's part of the reason that they're seeking to terminate you?
I do believe, yes, there is animosity, I believe, between the mayor's office as well as my husband. And because of the things that are happening and the way in which they are happening, I believe that it has something to do with it, yes.
Okay, all right. And you know, I think you testified before, your husband sued the city back in 2017.
No, I did not testify to that. I don't recall testifying to that, but if it's in the record, then I did. I just don't recall it.
Right, right. Okay, well, is it a fact that he sued the city?
Yes, he is suing the city.
Okay. I mean, and the current mayor was the mayor then, right?
No. I don't, but 2017, no, there was a different mayor.
Okay. In any event, so during this interview, there is some discussion about, like, as you said, the elephant in the room, your husband, and he's an activist, and they're on opposite sides sometimes.
Yes.
But they hired you.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you violate credit card policy, you know, in that trip to Harvard, right?
Yes.
Did anything happen to you?
Well, that happened prior to the events that occurred with the Charter Commission and the other things that I've testified to and mentioned.
But not to this, whatever this is you're claiming is between the mayor and your husband.
Repeat the question again.
You said that happened before the Charter Commission and all that. I put that aside. There was animosity, according to you, between the mayor and the city of St. Louis and your husband at that time, right?
November of 23, yes.
And that could have been a time where they could have said, oh, well, she's violated this credit card policy, and, you know, this reverend is a thorn in our side, let's get rid of her. But they didn't do that.
I'm doing a timeline. I'm thinking about something. Going to Harvard in 23. I don't believe that the animosity between the mayor and my husband at that particular time was at a height. It all really started going south when the DFOB became more involved with calling for the commissioner's resignation, and that did not happen until 2024.
But still,
when all of that happened.
but you had still had the violation of the credit card policy.
But the violation of the credit card was prior to all of that occurring.
But it's still a fact that you violated the credit card policy, right?
I violated the credit card policy in October, November of 2023.
Mm-hmm.
The events that I'm bringing up, that I'm speaking to, occurred after that. And I don't believe, and we can look at the record or maybe we can find out, the mayor's office with regards to the credit card policy violation, all of that was handled within the comptroller's office.
But in any event, the mayor's office did not come after you even, I mean, that's still sitting out there, okay? And they didn't come after you after this, whatever, you know, I guess before this 2024, the mayor and your husband were cool, they were okay?
I would go so far as to say yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, let me move on.
Okay.
You testified also about meeting with Bianca Lambert on August 15th?
Yes,
That was the first time she told you about, she knew about this trip, right?
yes.
Okay. And I think you described her as, when she met with you, as like maybe volatile or emotional or something?
That morning, that was prior to the discussion where she shared with me about the,
Oh, okay.
about the trip.
Okay, she was upset.
Yes.
And I think you said she was, didn't like some emails that you sent out?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, are you, I'm wondering, are you contending that Bianca Lambert had it out for you, was trying to get back at you for something?
I'm not saying, I didn't say that, no.
Okay, because I'm just trying to understand, like, what the whole point of, or the reason for, describing her demeanor.
Describing her demeanor as to what potentially had upset her.
Oh, the issue with Dr. Bird.
No, not the issue with Dr. Bird, because I was not aware of that.
Okay.
The only thing that I had been made aware of that morning is that she was upset and she was volatile because she was saying that her workload was too heavy, she was overwhelmed with work, and I knew that I had sent emails to her that morning with some additional work and some changes and different things like that in her section, and so I'm attributing that to her volatility that morning.
Okay, and I'm just making sure. So you aren't suggesting that her going to the mayor's office to report what happened was a way to like get back at you for something?
I'm not saying one way or the other at this time. I'm not saying. I'm just stating the facts. That's what happened that morning.
Okay, all right. And then, in any event, did you have concerns about whether you could trust her?
Did I have trust as far as what?
Well, so she told you, what she knew, and then you said that she advised you to reach out to the comptroller's office.
She told me what she believed the process to be, but she did not advise me.
Okay, all right. And I mean, did you feel like you could trust her, or did you have concerns that maybe you shouldn't trust what she said?
Based off of what I had learned, I wasn't trusting of anyone at that particular time, and anything that was given to me with regards to a practice or a policy, I was going to follow up on it on my own, and so that's why.
Did you record her like you did Dr. Bird?
No, I did not.
Okay. Because I asked you when you were here before the reason for recording Dr. Bird, and you talked about you had issues whether or not you could trust that what he was telling you was the truth.
Based off of what Bianca had shared with me.
Okay, all right. And after you meet with Bianca on the 15th.
Yes.
She tells you that she knows about this trip. And then on the 19th, that's when you're called into the office with Jared and Sarah.
Yes.
Okay. And you meet with Bianca again that day, right?
I met with her as I was going over to the mayor's office.
Okay. Did you meet with her after you met with Jared and Sarah?
I don't recall meeting with her, no.
Okay. But at some point going over to the mayor's office, you met with her. Did you meet her like outside?
As I was going over to the mayor's office, yes.
Okay. And during that meeting, while you were meeting with her, does your husband pull up in a car?
I don't recall.
Well, let me see if I can.
Okay.
Say, does your husband pull up, and then you ask Bianca to sit in the car with him and you to talk about what happened?
No.
Okay.
No, I do not recall that ever happening where I would have invited her to get in my car.
Okay. You don't recall it, so is it possible that it happened, and you're just not remembering?
No, it would not have happened. No. And I'm trying to think back because this has been, almost 5-6 months.
Okay.
But no.
All right. So when you met her outside, where were you?
In front of the Carnahan Building.
Okay. Let me refer you to Appointing Authorities Exhibit 1. So it's in our binder, Exhibit 1, which is the pre-termination letter.
Exhibit. Your,
Yeah, is that Exhibit 1?
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
just turn to the next page where the letter begins.
Okay.
You remember testifying on the 7th that the letter contains a lie, that a hearing date was set for September the 3rd?
Yes.
Right? You remember,
Yes.
your lawyer was like
Yes.
thundering on and on, and this was a crime that he put that in there. He was yelling about it. You remember that?
Ye-
It's hard to forget that, right? Okay. But I mean, the truth is, you don't know whether there were any plans in the works to set a hearing date, do you?
Yes, I do. That's what the letter stated. The letter states that a hearing has been scheduled.
So it's not a lie.
I'm sorry?
So it's not a lie.
No, the hearing had not been scheduled.
So what I'm asking you though
Okay.
is, you don't know whether there were plans in place to set a hearing for September 3rd, do you?
Yes, I do know.
How do you know that?
Because I'm the secretary of the commission, and anything that will come through with regards to a hearing, I would know about it.
But how do you know it if someone's not thinking, we got to set this thing for a hearing?
But that's not what, this says that it has been set.
And that's what I'm asking you is, do you know whether there were plans to set it for September the 3rd?
I can only go by what Jared Boyd provided, and he said that it had been scheduled.
And the reason I'm asking you, I know you're chuckling about it, and I get
Oh, no,
it.
I'm not chuckling.
I get it. The reason I'm asking you is that it never got set that date, for that date, because you and your lawyer asked for a continuance from that date, right? Isn't that right?
I don't believe we asked for a continuance. We would have had to ask for a continuance because the hearing would have had to been set. For a fact, the commissioners at this particular time had no idea what was going on. They had no idea what was happening with me. They had not been communicated to, nor did they know.
Did you guys ask that that September 3rd not be set?
I'm sorry.
Did you and your lawyer ask for a continuance from September 3rd?
I can't answer that right now. I don't know that to be factual.
Okay. You had been advised on the August the 22nd that you were going to get this pre-termination notice, right?
Yes.
And then you got the notice,
Yes.
at least as of the 23rd.
Yes.
And then what did you do after that? What happened to you? You went out on leave, didn't you?
No, what happened to me is I was rushed to the hospital from work
And you went out on leave.
as a result of my medical condition, yes.
Okay. And then the appointing authority opted not to move forward with the hearing, right?
Let me object, calls for speculation on the part of
Sustained.
this witness.
On the part, the witness doesn't know what the appointing authority did.
And that was for your benefit.
Well,
can't-
object, another speculation.
Well, the previous question, the objection was sustained, so, Mr. Harris, your question is incomplete, given the fact that the previous question you asked,
Thank you.
the objection was sustained, so you need to clarify what your question is.
I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 22. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And what is Exhibit 22?
It is an email between my attorney and City Attorney Hamilton.
And can you just read into the record what that said. It's not on the screen anymore. We're having technical difficulties. Could you read the email from your attorney?
You want me to read it in its entirety?
Sure.
Okay. I am writing as a follow-up to our conversation this afternoon in my August 26, 2024 letter to you and Mr. Boyd. First, as I advised you orally and in my letter from Monday, our firm has been retained to represent Ms. Gray as it relates to the pre-termination letter and associated proceedings. I have copied Ms. Gray on this email, which represents her confirmation of our engagement. Second, as a follow-up to my letter on Monday, a copy of which is attached, Ms. Gray has formally submitted her FMLA medical leave request based on her medical visits and advice of her physicians, with her primary indicating that she should need 4 weeks medical leave. The request was submitted through the channels as established by the Personnel Department and are currently under review. As we discussed, you have agreed that the September 3rd, 2024 public hearing referenced in the pre-termination letter will be continued until a later date, and you have indicated that you will check to confirm the submission of the FMLA request. Please confirm that agreement regarding the continuance. Thank you much.
Now I want to show you Exhibit 23. In Exhibit 23, is that not an email from Sheena Hamilton to your lawyer copying you and Jared Boyd?
Yes.
And if you look at that second to the last sentence, doesn't it say, in the interim, I am in agreement with your request to continue the September 3rd hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So whether or not a hearing had actually formally been set, placed on a calendar, put on a notice, the fact of the matter is that you all didn't want to go forward on the 3rd anyway, right?
I would disagree with that. I have to go back, and regardless of whether or not in this email it says September 3rd or the previous, the hearing is not set until the Civil Service Commission has met and voted on a hearing date. That had not occurred. The commission at this point in time was not even aware that a public hearing, that I was being charged with malfeasance, and or that a hearing had been scheduled as stated in the letter.
And it's utter nonsense to suggest that Mr. Boyd lied or committed some kind of a crime in that pre-termination notice, right?
No, I would not go so far as to say that. You can only go by what the facts say. The facts in the letter state that a pre-termination hearing has been scheduled and that the Civil Service Commission will let me know of a location. That implies, and it's factual, that a hearing has been set. But again, I go back to say the commission had no idea of what was going on.
And I mean, after it's all said and done, let's see, that date we're talking about is September 3rd. I mean, here we are, I don't know, my math isn't great, but we're like 6 months later, and we're in this hearing.
Yes.
Okay. You testified about how your relationship with the mayor has changed.
Yes.
You described a scenario where she greeted some other folks but didn't greet you, didn't give you a hug.
Yes, I did.
I think you also testified about a time where she gave gifts to other people in your presence but not to you.
Yes.
That was like this past Christmas season?
Yes.
I mean, isn't it possible that well, this past Christmas season, so this is after the July 3rd violation.
Yes.
After all this stuff has come to light to her office.
Yes.
I mean, is it possible that that's why the relationship changed, because of what you did?
Let me object. Calls for speculation as to why she didn't give a gift to her and gave it to everybody else in her cabinet.
Overruled. I believe this is something that Ms. Gray raised.
Could you ask the question again, please?
I mean, isn't it possible that, you know, this change in the relationship occurred because of what you did?
No, the relationship changed prior to that.
I mean, and isn't it true that you've never had a conversation with Mayor Jones about your July 3rd policy violation?
She was out of town.
So that's a yes. You never have
No,
had a
with,
conversation.
directly with Mayor Jones, no.
Never had a conversation with her about this.
No.
And you haven't had a conversation with her about this since it was uncovered, since the violation was uncovered, right?
Correct?
Okay. And I just want to understand just a little bit more about this relationship, because you testified here earlier today that you had a good relationship with the mayor before the Charter Commission.
Yes.
But then you testified on the 7th that you never had a conversation with her about, like, Department of Policy work.
I haven't.
Or Department of Personnel work.
I haven't.
Oh, you guys just kind of hang out sometimes?
No, we don't hang out at all.
Okay. But you have a good relationship that doesn't involve any kind of communication?
No, we have a good relationship from a standpoint of the items that I mentioned before. When I would see her at cabinet meetings, she would engage with me, she would have conversation. If I were in her office and she saw me, there are times when she has embraced me. Those types of things had ceased.
Okay. All right. So you're not suggesting that you all, you were pals or good friends?
No.
Okay. You talked about the difficulty you had finding policies in the city, like finding out what they are and figuring them out, right?
Yes.
And you got to search the internet, or you got to know what to look for and that kind of thing.
Yes.
And you talked about how you, with respect to the vehicle policy, you reached out to Judy Armstrong,
Yes.
and she found it right away.
It's her policy, yes.
She found it right away, right?
It's her policy,
She
yes.
said she just looked on the internet?
It's her policy. No, she had it on her computer.
Okay. I'm sorry, I thought you testified that she pulled it off the internet.
No.
Okay. And, I mean, but you do find that frustrating and a difficulty that you gotta, move heaven and earth to find city policies.
Yes.
I mean, you're the director of personnel.
Yes.
You've been the director for 2.5 years. Okay. Two years
years and
and,
some months.
what'd you say, third?
I'm sorry?
You said 2 years and 3 months or something like
2 years
that?
and 3 months.
2 years and 3 months. I mean,
Yes.
have you done anything to try to, correct that?
Yes. Well, first of all, the Department of Personnel, you can go to the site and all of the policies are right there in one place where you can go and find them. It is very difficult to try to harness hundreds and hundreds of policies throughout the city for other departments that I don't even know exist. Therefore, it's very difficult to harness. But I have put forth a recommendation of wanting to create an intranet for the city where all of its policies can be housed in that one location so that employees can move forward. I looked to do that when we went to update the career site and hopefully look at maybe moving towards an intranet for the city. And I learned that the city's IT systems right now really cannot accommodate that, and it's gonna cost a whole lot of money to do it.
I mean, but you're the person, you got rid of the typewriters and brought in the computer age in the city, right?
It was a team effort.
Okay. But, can't really deal with the city policies all over the place and bringing them in a centrally located.
That's not what I said. It's
Okay.
a mischaracterization. What I said was that it is something that the Department of Personnel is looking at or wanted to look at through the creation of an intranet. But it is going to cost money and funds to be able to do that. It's going to be quite expensive. And this last year, all of our budgets were cut tremendously, and we no longer had the funding that we had because of the earnings tax that the city had to pay back, which is close to $45 million.
You testified about some of the challenges you've had as director of the Department of Personnel, and you've characterized it as a hostile work environment, right?
Yes.
You said that.
I said that, yes.
Okay, you use that term, and I mean, you're being so many years in HR, you know what that term means.
I know what that term means from a legal standpoint, and it's defined as what that means, and I also know what it means from being an employee and working in an environment where you come to work and you can't get your work done, or or the culture is such that you can't function or you can't focus. Those are two different types of hostile work environments.
And which one do you experience? The latter?
I experienced both of them. And from the legal definition of a hostile work environment, I experienced it from being an African-American female in the Department of Personnel and backlash that I received as a result of that.
And you've gone through this since the time that you've been with the city.
Yes, I have.
And have you ever filed a claim of harassment with the
No.
Missouri Commission on Human Rights?
I did speak to the city councilor about filing a formal complaint, but the explanation that was given to me that if I went forward with that complaint is that she and her attorneys are going to have to end up defending the city. I'm going to have to get my own attorney, and we're in this back and forth. And that's kind of the conversation. But yes, I did give consideration to filing an EEOC complaint.
But you never filed one?
I never filed one.
Okay. Let me just have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have anything further.
All right, then the next thing we have to take up is Mr. Norwood's request to conduct recross. Might just note that we started actually with the redirect at shortly before 12, but then broke, so we only got about 10 minutes in then. We came back, started a little after 1:15, went for a while, and then had to take a break for the conference about the legal question, and then came back. I haven't done the math. Do you know how much time we've spent actually in total since we came back after 1?
Well, just to short circuit it, I mean, I'm not gonna take longer than 15 minutes.
Do you have any objection to that, Mr. Harris?
If we can hold them to the 15 minutes.
All right.
I've got my stopwatch.
Well, okay, let's try to keep it at 15 minutes, Mr. Norwood.
Yes.
With that, we won't have to deal with any further discussion of it. Just go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I want to go back to the pre-termination notice.
Yes.
And I was a liberal arts major and took some English classes, and you pointed out, so I don't have to emphasize this, but when you engaged me and paid me to request a continuance, you were relying on a letter that said it had been set, right?
Yes.
Right? And so in your mind, you understood that it had been set, right?
Yes.
You provided to your lawyer who read it to be that it had been set, right?
Yes.
And then your lawyer reached out and requested it to be reset.
Correct.
Right? I mean, that's what it says in the email. And in fact, the letter, Exhibit 23, Appointing Authority Exhibit 3, Ms. Hamilton, the city councilor, says, in the interim, I am in agreement with your request to continue the September 3rd hearing. The city's outside counsel will be in communication with you soon to reset the hearing date, right?
Yes.
So that assumes that there was a date already set.
Yes.
And as council has conceded, they were planning to set it, but they never did.
Right.
So the letter was a lie.
Yes.
The commission didn't know about it,
Nope.
and you were of the assumption that when they said it was set, it was set.
Yes.
But that was a lie.
Yes.
By Mr. Boyd, the chief of staff for the mayor.
Yes.
And you know why he lied and said it was set when it wasn't?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, I want to kind of check a couple boxes here. This casino thing, there's a lot of questions about the casino. Is there a restaurant in the casino that you and your husband frequent?
Yes.
What's the name of the restaurant?
Charlie Guido's.
Okay, and is that, so, do you know if he was eating at Charlie Guido's at that particular time?
When I got home later that night, he told me that he had had dinner at Charlie Guido's.
Okay, now, I want to clear up all of this, cut to the chase, the press is here, all that kind of stuff. Did you find out ultimately why your husband was in Jeff City?
Yes, I did.
Why was your husband in Jeff City?
My husband and his former wife have a disabled or challenged son. And they had met to sign some legal papers concerning their son.
And where does she live?
She lives in Kansas City.
And he lives in?
The son?
No, your husband.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It wasn't a trick question.
Okay. St. Louis.
Okay, and so that's kind of equidistant.
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you found out about, right?
Yes.
And you had talked about your imagination running wild because you couldn't reach him.
Yes.
Did you feel bad when you found out the true reason why he was there?
Yes.
So it was a mistake that you realized not on the way up, but on the way back.
Correct.
That your imagination ran wild.
Yes.
You love your husband.
Immensely.
And, okay, say no more. You talked about why the mayor would be mad at your husband, and at the time she became mayor, he wasn't the chair of the DFOB. Is that
Correct.
fair? And then he ultimately became chair.
Yes.
Very critical of the administration.
Yes.
Very critical of the director of the jail.
Yes.
Very vocal about that.
Yes.
Complaining about not having access to prisoners at that jail.
Yes.
Which didn't give the mayor a good look, right?
Right.
All right. And you talked about the Cori Bush, Wesley Bell thing. What was the relationship you understand between the mayor and Cori Bush?
Extremely close.
Okay. And in fact, your husband was one of the ones who supported the mayor when she ran the first time.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. And then for whatever reason, he decided to back Wesley Bell.
Correct.
And you knew that the mayor was very close to Cori Bush.
Yes.
And she lost.
Yes.
And the mayor was there on stage crying with everybody else based on that outcome. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And thereafter is when we get what amounts to a twofer, meaning her coming after you and trying to embarrass your husband in the process, right?
Yes.
Now that day you went together, did you have lunch that day?
No.
So that whole day you left, came back, never had a meal?
No.
Okay. And you've been up now, just so that they understand, you've been up since how long? How long have you been up today?
Since 2:30 this morning.
Since 2:30 this morning, okay. And in the one letter where counsel pointed to the fact that you gave a letter to the comptroller remitting what you understood to be the reimbursement, and you said you took personal responsibility. You didn't want to say, Anthony took the thing. You requested it, he took you found out it was a violation, and you wanted to make amends for that.
Correct.
And you talked to her about how to make those amends.
Yes.
And she told you the protocol.
Yes.
And you followed that protocol to the letter.
Yes.
And you gave them a check.
Yes.
And she said everything was fine.
Yes.
And then you get this notice of termination that says that a hearing's been set, right?
Yes.
That hadn't been set,
Correct.
that hadn't been communicated to the commission,
Correct.
that hadn't been communicated to Dr. Byrd,
Correct.
that hadn't been communicated to anybody. In other words, it was a fabrication
Yes.
by our mayor's chief of staff.
Yes.
This Fusion Lounge
Yeah.
thing. Let's talk about the Fusion Lounge. Was this on the same Harvard trip?
Yes.
All right, and so explain to the commission, I mean, has anybody come to you and say, aha, you charge a Fusion Lounge charging you that, anybody ever come to you until Mr. Harris did that today?
That's the first time I've heard about it.
The first time you heard about it. And did you know when and where they dug that up?
They would have had to have gotten it from the comptroller's office, and they apparently did when pull my credit card receipts and things.
Okay, so they dug through your credit card receipts and they found one situation, two, the parking issue and the Fusion Lounge. Explain to the commission what was going on with the Fusion Lounge.
Yeah, the Fusion Lounge is a restaurant that was in the Doubletree Hotel where all of us stayed. And so those were bills from the restaurant to eat.
And who did you feed your team at the Fusion Lounge?
The first night I only paid for myself.
Okay.
The second night I did pay for my team.
Okay. Through the city credit card?
Yes.
For city business?
Yes.
And nobody has ever come to you and said that was improper?
No, they haven't.
Or, as he suggested, a violation of any policy?
Right.
Do you know why he would get up here and try to mislead this commission to suggest that it was a violation of policy when it wasn't?
Let me object to the character assassination and to suggest I would try to mislead the tribunal.
All right.
I'll
Well,
withdraw the question.
that takes care of it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And you indicated that you haven't filed an EEOC complaint,
No, I have not. Not up to this point.
but the time has not run for that, has it?
I'm sorry?
The time has not run for that,
Right, correct.
and you still have
Yes.
that option
Yes.
available, so
Yes.
if you so choose?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right.
I reserve my additional minutes.
Well, of course, you can recall Ms. Gray in
Okay.
your case,
Thank you. Thank
right?
you. Thank you.
All right, so with that, it's 3:30. And what we're going to do now is recess the public hearing again. And so for anybody in the audience, that's it until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. What we have to do now is Mr. Anthony Byrd, Dr. Anthony Byrd was, we've heard reference in the testimony, his deposition was taken. The commissioners just got today copies of that deposition, so we haven't had an opportunity to review it. Both attorneys have things in that deposition that they want to admit in evidence, and each of them may, we know Mr. Norwood has already filed written objections to some of it being introduced in evidence. I don't know if Mr. Harris will have any specific objections. But the point of all of that, this deposition, it was a videotape deposition. So what we're going to do with the attorneys here is, and I don't know whether they've had time to confer with each other yet about this or not. They were going to try over the lunch hour, but I know we didn't have much time. That did not yet get taken care of, or what?
I think we probably still need to confer a little bit about.
That's all I need for right now, because the point is, first, the attorneys need to try to resolve this a little bit between themselves, and once they do, then if there are any issues, they need to present those to the commission, so that tomorrow morning, we've resolved it all, and as I understand it, Mr. Harris, the deposition would be your next evidence or not?
Yes, it would be.
So that in the morning, we'd be ready and they could simply play the videotape depositions with anything that the attorneys have agreed should not be included, cut out of it. The technicians tell us they can do that, right? And so just to save time for everybody, that's what we're going to do right now. So the hearing itself is going to be in recess, and we'll go off the record. The attorneys will be here. I think the commissioners are going to go back to the room that we were in around down the hall. You both know where that is and wait there while the two of you talk, and just come and knock on the door whenever the two of you are ready, and then we can come and resolve those things. Now, I do think, once we get to that point, we will need to put on the record whatever specific, if there is a specific objection, and ruling on the objections. So that we'll need that at some point, hopefully not too long from now, but we'll see.
Can I just correct the record?
Yeah,
Also?
sure.
I think Your Honor probably just misspoke.
I did, oops,
Yeah, the deposition transcript has been in, you've had that with the binders, right? Since it's from the beginning.
the deposition was in the binder.
Yeah, yeah,
As an exhibit of the city.
correct.
Well, from my review, it did look like a full copy.
Well, gentlemen, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We'll cover that when we get to our conference, but what I misspoke about was I didn't see it.
Okay, yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, then, that's it. Public hearing off the record. This is on the record because we need to make a record of, and I expect that we'll be discussing objections here, but that's just us, the attorneys. Is that a non-party? Who's that?
That's from the Post-Dispatch.
No, this is not an open hearing.
This is not an
It's Mr. Barker?
It's not,
No.
I
your-
do
your-
apologize.
Your objection's already been made. You made your record on your objection. Same thing. This is not a continuation of the public hearing. Same ruling as,
Quorum of the commission.
there's two members of the commission that are here, and that constitutes a quorum. Thank you. I think I knew that before.
No vote to close it?
Goodbye, Mr. Barker. It's been a pleasure.
Let me give you my card. I think we already represent the vote, so.
Judge, you want me to close the door?
Yes, please. Once he's left.
Okay.
We're done, sorry. I thought this was gonna be open.
Okay. Okay, close that door in the back too, please. All the doors to the hallway. Stack up some chairs in front of them. All right, are we recording now?
Yep.
Okay, so we're now back in the hearing room. Just for the record, present are the two commissioners, the hearing officer, the attorneys for both sides, the staff of the commission, two people, which is the person taking notes for us, right? And any objection to either one of them being present?
No.
Okay.
No, not for
And
mine.
then the other persons present are the people, technical people. Can you hear me? Technical people operating the videographing recording equipment, and Mr. Garvin, who's the attorney, who is city councilor's office, delegated to assist the commissioners with any questions that we might have of him as the hearing officer or the commissioners. Now, the attorneys have had a chance to look at among themselves, and they were discussing it when we brought them back in here due to the fact that it's almost 5 o'clock. Do you know first Mr. Harris, how much of the deposition, let me just ask you, the way it appeared in our books, the whole deposition is in the part that is in the, done where there's 4 pages to a single page, you know, that has the entire 270-page deposition, right?
I think that's right.
And then at the front of that tab, which is tab 6, it appears there's selected pages out of that.
That's correct.
Right?
That's correct.
Now, is it only the selected pages that you are asking to offer, or not?
Only the selected pages, and I think we ended up adding one more excerpt in our discussion in there.
In addition to the ones that are already, so the last selected page that I have is page 90. So are there,
I think,
or is there a different, no, that's it?
I think you did provide, he provided full
Just
copies.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys have the copies I gave you earlier? I can run and get you another copy if that would be helpful.
Well,
I
when,
believe they're probably out of order.
out of order, okay. Well, here, Mr. Norwood, what I was talking about was we've got in their binder, they do have the entire 270-page deposition, just in the smaller print where it's 4 pages to a page.
The minis, yes.
Right, and then where they printed out full pages, there's not the full 270, obviously.
Right.
The last one that I had a number on was page 90. What are you saying that page number is?
I believe that they are excerpted by, kind of by topic, and so there may be, you know, other pages that are in there.
265 is in before 90, well before, okay. So, okay. But at any rate, now, Mr. Norwood, is there anything in addition to those, you know what he's talking about by the excerpts?
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe the
Okay.
easiest way to do it would be to go through the items I will object to. There's not many, he have many more of ours, but page 73, actually 71,
All right, so are you saying that's the first page that you have an objection to?
yes.
All right, that's,
And that is page 71. I think they've designated lines 10 through 25.
okay. Page 71, line 10 is a question by Mr. Harris. Okay, you said she expressed frustration. Now, this is Mr. Byrd, the witness,
Yes.
talking about his conversation with Miss Jenkins Gray,
The daughter.
with the daughter. This references to the daughter expressing frustration?
That's what I'm reading. Is that right, Reggie?
I believe that's right.
Okay.
You said 10 through what?
10 through 25 on page 71.
Thank you.
And is all of this regarding the daughter?
From page, when I'm reading, 71, 10 through 25, 72, 1 through 25, 73, 1 through 24-ish, it looks like.
Yeah, so that relates to the conversation that that Dr. Byrd has with the director's daughter after they've come back from Jefferson City, and he takes her there, and, you know, there's a conversation there amongst the three of them, really, and there's discussion of, you know, Dr. Byrd's concern for safety and the like.
Yeah, I don't see any reference to safety in those clips.
Yeah, there
Look on line 23.
Of which page?
Page 71, line 23, basically expressing that 22, that her mom needs to put herself first. 23, you know her mom's life, her safety, her career, etc. Okay. All right, so you are objecting to page 71, lines 10 to 25.
Yes.
And now 25, the sentence on 25 actually goes to the top of the next page.
Yes.
And then
So all of
the
section-
answer continues on with another paragraph that
Yeah.
goes down to line 15. Are you including that?
No.
No?
It would-
Okay,
It would stop at line 1.
okay. And, okay. All right, so your objection is that's not relevant, am I correct?
The discussions with the daughter and what she may have said about whatever, yes. We have to draw the line literally somewhere, I would think.
All right, why is this, Mr. Harris, how's this relevant?
Well, I mean, it completes the story. I mean, we talked about before that, you know, our evidence would be they took this trip, they come back, they go to the daughter's house. You know, there's a conversation with the daughter there where, you know, they're discussing the daughter's concern for her mom. And recall, the director testified that, you know, none of this stuff, that she went there to the daughter's house, but she didn't, you know, that this conversation didn't happen, that there was no, you know, nobody expressing concern for safety or anything like that. And so-
No, I think she said that he didn't express any concern for safety. I mean, in addition to the fact that it's all hearsay, because now we're into what Anthony's saying, the daughter said to this stuff, so we
But
got
it-
double hearsay.
But it does help explain his state of mind as well. When remember we had the testimony
Okay,
earlier.
now, okay, so you're saying that the daughter's comments here are explaining Mr. Bird's state of mind?
This whole situation, yes, where they, you know, they end up at the daughter's house. The daughter and the director are in a conversation. I think he says up there on 72, line 1, it did get pretty intense. And so he ended up, you know, getting out of the car, and he spoke with her, the daughter. So, you know, he tells her at the end of that, and I'm with her and I don't know, but ultimately to a safe space to lay her head down. So he is talking about his concern, not only for his safety, but
Where does it
that.
say something about a safe place to lay your head at night?
If you look at 72, line 14.
I didn't object to that, so.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, it seems like if you're not objecting to that, I mean, we got to have that first part to complete that, that testimony.
Well, in the interest of time, I'll withdraw the objection to 71. We have no objection to 72.
Okay, that takes care of this segment.
Now, 70,
Am I correct that you're withdrawing the objection, page 71, lines 10 to 25 now?
well, let me say this. We object, and you've overruled our objection to any of the personal stuff. So in light of that, and based upon your prior ruling, we're not going to fight over this because you all have determined that this personal stuff is relevant in some way. So,
All right. You renew your objection that it's personal, and that's overruled?
and that's overruled. right?
Okay. So you're withdrawing your objection that it's not relevant? Now that you still have preserved your objection that it's
Subject to my objection,
that it's,
that all of the personal stuff
the
should.
personal stuff is irrelevant.
Yes.
But once, if that's in, then you don't have any other objection to this, right? Okay.
Other than the hearsay, yes.
Well, now, wait a minute, are you making a hearsay objection? No, you're
I'm a little
not.
tired.
You're tired, you don't want to object to this.
71, 72 is fine. When we get into 73, I think we have issues with 73.
Okay, well, we haven't, well, let's
But
go to
71,
that.
72, that's fine.
That's okay, okay?
Up through line 17,
Line 17 on
sorry,
page,
line 15
of page 72.
of page 72. And
Okay.
then the next question is, so you had a conversation with her daughter.
Okay, so
So
that's
that's where we draw the line.
page 72, line 16.
Yes.
And the question is there, and the answer starts on 18 and goes into the next page,
Yes.
all the way to line, what would you say, 15?
24, we object to
Okay,
73 all the way down to line 24.
although the only thing they talk about is at the very last part there on page 73 is what time of day this took place.
The
So
discussion, yeah.
you're not objecting to that, are you?
All I know is very dark. Okay, yeah, down to line 15.
Because that's already in, I think
Yeah.
that it's midnight anyway, right?
Well, that's what he says here, but there's some conflicting testimony in their document. But yeah.
All right.
Down through 14
Page
is where we
se-
object. 15 through 25 on 73, we would not object.
Okay. So, now the objection is to the question, so you had that conversation with her daughter, your objection is relevance or hearsay?
Relevance, hearsay, unfair prejudice, stuff like that.
Well, let's go with relevance and hearsay. I don't know what number in the civil rules of evidence, stuff like that is under. So, okay, it is, you had that conversation. Now, of course, some of it in Byrd's answer, he's saying what he was doing, and other parts of his answer talks about what the daughter said, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, Mr. Harris, why is this relevant? You say to give us the full picture?
Yeah, to give us the full picture, and again, he does say, so let me just make sure I understand. That part, so 73, line 13, where it says, because it's late at night at this moment.
Right.
Is that?
That's the end of what he's objecting to. The next line, 15, is a question, when you say late at night, roughly what time? And he answers that only talking about the time.
And I have no objection to
No
that.
objection to that. The bottom half of the page. No objection.
Okay, I think we have, you know what, I don't even think we included that part. We did? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, so I do think it goes to, and we've already talked about it, it's, you know, it's late, and that's an issue that the commission would need to consider, you know. as
No, you're
part-
right, the time is not the problem, it's what she says, the bottom of 72 and the top of 73. That's what he's objecting to.
I mean, I think it completes the conversation.
About how it was relevant, though, that conversation.
And her daughter made clear that she did not want to be in a situation where something was to happen to her mom. So that goes to the issue of dangerousness and safety. And at that moment, a light bulb went off for me. So,
this
so,
is the
so
hearsay.
The daughter's not a witness,
So the
right?
light, well,
Here?
she is a witness.
She's going to be called as a witness here?
Yes, yeah.
She's
And
under subpoena, and we've objected, and I think she has a lawyer who's also objected.
he says, and the light bulb.
Is that
went
the
off-
lawyer that asked
Yeah.
to be advised? Okay.
In this testimony, he says the light bulb went off for me. So that all explains his state of mind and his thinking, hearing what the daughter says to him.
Okay, I just don't see anything in this answer that gets you past, number one, hearsay,
Right, it's not, so
and,
it's not offered
and
for the
it's
truth of
no,
the matter.
and it doesn't make any sense for you to have Dr. Byrd having a light bulb go off without hearsay, right? Without the hearsay. Because without the hearsay, to explain why a light bulb went off,
Yes, so we're not offering for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it for him to, remember, he's talking about, in this whole context, like the safety issue. And so what she's saying-
so when the daughter says to him that she doesn't want to be in a situation where something was to happen to her mom, you're offering that to show the daughter's state of mind?
No, Dr. Bird's state of mind.
Well, but that's the daughter saying what her state of mind is, not
Well-
Mr. Byrd saying what his state of mind
Well, and
is.
so because of what she said, he's in fear.
Well, that's not what he says.
Okay.
It doesn't say that.
All right. Okay. I'm going to sustain the objection. I think it's irrelevant. I'll put it that way. We'll be here all night if we go back and forth like this.
We got a
Okay?
lot more.
So, objection sustained on both hearsay and, because it's a mixture of different things. Some of it are statements made by the daughter, and some of those are hearsay and others may not be, but I think all of it is irrelevant. So, let's go to the next thing.
What are we gonna do today?
Oh, well, that's a good question. You gotta go. But how
Well-
late do you want to stay?
No, I'm just.
Well, that's up to the two
Well,
commissioners.
we have tomorrow morning, we come back at 10. There can be some additional time if they want to work on that.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I'm not gonna kid you. I mean, I'm at the end. I have a few more, but they have a lot in objecting to ours.
Of things that you want to put in
Yes,
Bird's.
yes.
All right.
And-
Well-
And my main response, Your Honor, is the doctrine of completeness. But if we're gonna offer one part of this deposition, we may as well let the fur fly on the other stuff that we've done.
Well, now, just as far as the deposition itself, first, the deposition was being taken at the request of the plaintiff, the appointing authority.
Well, the parties,
Right.
the parties understood that the witness was going to be
Right.
out of town, and we talked about it, and in order to preserve his testimony, we said, let's take his deposition.
Well, you asked questions first.
Yes.
And did you ask questions, Mr. Norwood?
I did ask
Okay,
questions.
so-
I understand the witness might be back in town, and we've got him in the subpoena too, so we may call him live,
Right,
possibly.
okay. So, but my point, both of you asked questions, so
Yes.
you're anticipating that Mr. Harris is going to be objecting to
Well,
what,
he just made clear.
to what you were asking about, okay?
Right, right.
And you haven't discussed that yet much in detail, or
Well, we've discussed it, and they're gonna.
enough
stand-
to know that you got a lot of objections, but
We got a lot to work through, is what. we
yeah,
know.
not that you've worked through it yet.
We haven't, well, in other words, you all now will have to decide that.
All right, you know what he is going to
Now-
object to, you know what you're gonna, you know what he's going to offer out of the questions he asked.
And maybe the easiest thing to do, just to short circuit things, is that if you can give him your objections to what we've designated, then maybe they can chew on it and we can move more efficiently tomorrow morning. Maybe get in here early, 9 o'clock, to work through that. That could save us some time, because contrary to council's statement, I'm ready to move through this thing myself. But
Well, okay, but, I mean, I don't think it's a problem for us to appear at 9 o'clock, right, tomorrow morning, or not?
I hadn't planned to be here till 10.
You did not plan to be here before 10, okay. Well, okay, back to square one. My question to the two of you is, if we all go home right now, are the two of you able to, can they use a room in this building where the two of them could continue, or are you two got to go too? Can you two try to work through these things, or you think you're done with what you can work through?
we've done with what we.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna relent to
All
our
right.
objections.
All right, okay. So, well,
But wouldn't we still need to, I mean, tomorrow, are we going to go line by line as we're doing here, or are they able to produce something in writing that states what the objections are?
I think that pretty much it's going to be like we're
Line by
doing, certainly page by page anyway.
But we're only noticed meeting at 10. We can't really have a public meeting at 9.
Well, it's not public meeting at 9.
Yeah.
It is just doing what we're doing right now, is
Okay.
discussing the objections and making rulings, so they, okay. Can you do that? Do you think you can do that or not? Or you can't be here before?
Well, I'll try and make it by 9 if you want. I mean, I can make that effort. Is there a commitment to getting more done tomorrow? That would be.
Well, we have to get it done between 9 and 10 so that we can proceed with.
And I think we have to cut off early tomorrow. 'cause-
4 o'clock, because I have a 7 o'clock flight.
And are we gonna be done by 4?
Doubtful.
Well, not with the case. I mean,
So we wanna talk about other dates so we can have staff address that.
You mean right now, talk about those dates that
Yeah.
we talked about?
Yeah.
We talked about dates for possible continuations after tomorrow. The next date that the commissioners would have available, so what about the two parties, is next Tuesday, starting at 1 o'clock, only the afternoon, 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock. Are you two available?
I have to check with my client, so that's gonna be,
Oh, she's not here anymore? Okay.
I mean, she may be next door, but, I mean, I guess if we can look at the possibility, I can go check.
Can we do that just so we can get this part set?
Can he go get her and bring her in?
Yeah.
And so we can just, all we're doing is asking her about dates.
I have a
So-
day job still.
Yeah,
No, I thought, all that money the city's paying you off for this.
yeah. All right, well, while he's going to get her so you can check, then the next day after that, did I say, what day did I say?
Tuesday.
No, I misspoke. Thursday, the 23rd.
Thursday, the 23rd.
We're not till next Thursday would be the next day would be available, and that would only be starting at 1 o'clock. Thursday, the
Yeah.
23rd.
Well, I mean, so we wouldn't, Friday I have to teach a class at Mizzou.
At what time?
My class,
Oh, well,
Well,
that's in
Friday's not
Columbia?
an option
That's in
for us.
Columbia?
Columbia, yeah.
Friday is not an option.
Oh, okay.
The 24th
You're
is not
right.
an option
Thank you.
for us.
Thank you, yeah. So, can you make, you got to ask her, but subject to her, can you make Thursday afternoon?
So we would just go for Thursday afternoon?
Just 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock?
Yeah, because I'm going to drive to Columbia that night, so.
Okay.
I can do it subject to her availability.
And Mr. Harris, how about you on Thursday afternoon, the 23rd?
Sure, I can move some things.
Okay, all right, so that's,
Sorry, I was saying, she is using the restroom super quick, and she'll be in.
okay. And so then the following, next date, the commissioners are available is Monday, the 27th. Full day, 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock.
That works for me.
The 27th, right now. 27, hold on one second, because I know I'm. 24, 25, 26. Yeah, 27th works for me.
Okay, so we
If it
can,
works for our client.
okay. And then the day after, the 2 days after that, Tuesday and Wednesday, 28th and 29th. Yeah.
28th, 29th would work for me if it works for our client.
29th will have to end at 4.
Right.
That works for me.
Okay, so, subject to Ms. Jenkins Gray, so just when, hopefully she comes back, you can ask her that. If she's available, then that will be the dates in sequence. Now, so we took care of that, which is good.
Okay, let's
But-
just make sure. So we got the next Thursday. from
23rd,
1 to 5.
Can we use dates just the, so January 23rd, 1 through 5?
right. Here's Ms. Gray, your attorney wants to ask you about your availability for dates for us to continue further hearing. So,
So we're set for tomorrow.
yeah,
We're suggesting
Next day,
Thursday, 23rd at 1 o'clock.
I can't.
correct.
I'm not available next week at all.
Okay, what about the,
Not next week at all,
what
okay?
about the 27th, 28th?
The, I know that my doctor appointment's on Mondays. I could do the 28th or 29th.
So 28th and 29th, I think, were two options.
But not Monday?
No,
No portion of Monday.
no.
Okay,
I would think
okay,
we'd
so,
be done by then, don't you think? Chris?
well, I'm certainly gonna pray for that.
So how is
Oh.
she, did you check with, okay, never mind,
Go ahead.
never mind.
Commissioner G- oh,
You said that, you answered the question, I apologize.
Only 2 days will be the
Yep,
28th
yep.
and 29th. Nothing next week,
Mhm.
okay? All right, so we'll just have to, I certainly would encourage both of you to look very carefully at these pages of the deposition, that, you know, if there's anything in there, you know, that when you think about it, it isn't really needed, certainly. Think about that, okay? If there's any way you can pare this back any further. All right, because otherwise, we'll start at 9, and now, gentlemen, tomorrow morning, I was a little bit too much, tomorrow morning, it's just gonna have to be, first, we'll deal with Mr. Norwood's objections to what Mr. Harris is asking for and the excerpts that Mr. Harris has provided, and then Mr. Norwood will go to what you want to add and Mr. Harris's, and it's just going to have to be, okay, go to page 70, lines 10 through 20. Whoever, Mr. Harris objects to that on relevance hearsay, whatever the grounds are, succinctly and concisely, and then either sustained or overruled, or maybe I'll call on the other side to respond and then sustained or overruled. We're not going to have the luxury even of the kind of discussion we were having here, right? Just going to have to be, make the objection, legal basis, what's the response, and we'll rule on it and move on, okay? Otherwise, I mean, hopefully, that'll go through it, and then knowing that, you'll be able to, with the page numbers and everything, play the deposition using those?
I think we're gonna
Okay.
need some technical help for that. I mean,
We will need technical, is there any way you can juggle somebody else before we play this? I mean, that would allow the technical folks to, once we get it all sorted out, to make sure we got a clean flow.
yeah, so I have ours, what we presented,
Right,
and
right.
that's in the binder. I've got that clean. I mean, I think you guys now have the video.
Yeah, but we gotta know what we're gonna.
Right. I mean, I'll reach out to folks. We can see.
In terms of possibly.
Like, reach out, you talking about
Having
Pullman
a
Court
tech-
Reporting Service, or
Oh,
who?
no, I was talking about from staff.
From your staff?
From Stinson.
Yeah, because if there are more of these that are kicked out, we gotta.
We gotta cut out.
Well, like I say, I don't know how big or, how easy or hard that is to do from the standpoint of, because ideally, what you want to do is the person running the video just, presses play and plays the part, and then stops, and then presses play again to go to the whatever.
Well, usually what happens is, once we have determined it, they would have it so it'd just run clean.
Yeah, but I really question whether they're gonna be able to do that just in the few minutes between us doing the 9 to 10 and then wanting to start at 10.
Well, and that's why I was suggesting that if we could call a live witness and allow the technical people to do their thing, then as soon as that live witness is done, bam, we're moving.
Certainly, if you had anybody else that you could call before we get to Byrd, that would allow us to do that.
Yeah, you mean, right.
So think about that. Ideally, that we would do that. Okay, I think that's it for tonight.
All right. You're gonna start at 9.
9 o'clock,
9 o'clock.
back essentially here to do this, what we've done.
Continuation.
Now, staff, don't open the room to anybody. The only people coming in here at 9 o'clock is the same people who's in here now.